Chun-seong washed his body once, then lied down and wore it. Thinking back to that moment, he really wanted to find out just how that feeling had caused him to have that kind of terrifying power. Chun-seong washed his body once, then lied down and wore it. Thinking back to that moment, he really wanted to find out just how that feeling had caused him to have that kind of terrifying power. Asgard Master, I lost to that shameless Astard. I have no other choice but to kill him. Little Lizzie's face was filled with discouragement. He leaned on the chair with his bald head, feeling his heart ache. If it was the evil palace or something like that who had enmity with the hundreds of flowers palace, she would have destroyed them countless times over. However, she couldn't do anything if she had to reason with someone like the hundreds of flowers heavenly emperor. She had already beaten him up, so she had definitely trampled on him once. However, now that she saw that Astard again, who was still alive and kicking, as if he had never been beaten up before, she felt even more uncomfortable. If it was anyone else, they would have to talk about high-level pills in the future for at least a year or two before they could recover. It looks like he has a grudge with my hundreds of flowers palace, and he's doing it purely to disgust us. LV Chilean sighed. Right now, she still had other headaches. It was because of the seed. I really want to kill a scoundrel like him. Little Lizzie sighed helplessly. But even though this guy is annoying, he still isn't enough to kill him. When Chun-seong received the notice, the official examination would begin tomorrow, and that little Lizzie would be his partner. He wanted to laugh. With little Lizzie's strength, the examination would be very easy for him. The one who sent the snacks is here. Huang Jintian walked in with a plate of snacks and a note under his plate. Huang Jintian did not say anything, carried the plate, and left. Previously, Chun-seong had asked Huang Jintian to help him leave a secret record to see if he could contact the person he was looking for, which was Bai Ziqian. She's actually here in the demon-suppressing immortal palace. Isn't this way too dangerous? Chun-seong saw the address on the slip of paper. After eating all the snacks, he walked out of the hotel. LV Chilean had long since stopped staring at him, so he was not afraid of being followed. It was right here. She was wearing a conical hat and a black robe as she asked in a low voice, "What important matter do you need me for?" "Sister Ziqian, I found Grandma LV. Do you want to see her?" Chun-seong did not waste time speaking and directly asked. Bai Ziqian's delicate body trembled, obviously a little excited. She knew that Bai Yuyu must have told her before that she hoped to find Grandma LV. "Thanks, tell me the location." Bai Ziqian said, "That place is very safe. Only the Grandma LV likes to get some poison. You must be careful when you go there. As for the matter of me giving you the magical corruption gas, you must keep it a secret for me." Chun-seong gave Bai Ziqian a map. Bai Ziqian received the map and gave Chun-seong a jade box. "This is the strange poison I have recently gathered. Take it." Chun-seong immediately took it and asked excitedly, "What kind of strange poison is it?" 7 days and 7 nights. Poison, cursed blood orchid. Bai Ziqian only said a few words and then left quickly. Chun-seong had never heard of this strange poison before, but he knew that it must be very powerful. "Tell me, how powerful is this thing?" Chun-seong asked anxiously. "This is a type of flower called the blood curse orchid. Upon being infected with this poison, it will only begin to release its poison 7 days and 7 nights later, and the poison will only die 7 days and 7 nights later. And during the period of 7 days and 7 nights after the poison is released, it will be incomparably painful, and even the immortal king will not be able to endure it." Bai Yu sucked in a deep breath of cold air. This is also a very strong and strange poison, commonly known as the 7-night deviless orchid. There were 10 types of super old poison. Although they had rankings, they did not differentiate between the better and the worse, because they each had their own strengths. This kind of strange poison has an antidote, but the antidote requires the flower seeds of the magic curse blood orchid. Therefore, this poison has another use. You should be able to think of that. Bai Yu laughed sinisterly. Qin Xiang laughed. If someone else had planted this poison, only I can cure it, then it would be very useful. It was used to control people, but Qin Xiang didn't have the time to copy it. If not, he would definitely try. Is this also forbidden by the 9 heavens? Qin Xiang asked. Nonsense. Even strange poisons have to be banned, that's for sure. If you use poison cleverly, getting a large number of immortal kings won't be a problem. Su Meiyao said, when you use it, it's best for you not to let anyone know you're ident. 1 Tai. Within the 9 heavens, the strong people avoid knowing about this strange poison, and the people who use it are all weak. They don't have anything to be afraid of, but those with the same strength as them, or those slightly weaker than them, are all great threats to them. Qin Xiang returned to the hotel. Right now, the sky was already dark. He planned to rest for the night and go partic. 1. P. 8 in the true examination tomorrow. Only by becoming a palace master would he be able to challenge the palace lord and find the things left behind by the devil-suppressing, heavenly venerable. 50 people, a total of 25 groups. The other combinations were all very powerful. Qin Xiang was most worried about the divine devil cult and the fire divine palace, as the immortal kings that they sent were not weak. Inside the devil-suppressing divine palaces, Trembling Hall, all of the partic. 1. P. Ants were here. She was in a very bad mood right now, but Qin Xiang, who was standing beside her, was the opposite of her. He was extremely happy and grinning from head to toe. From now on, we will teleport you to a place which is a famous, dangerous place in Heaven Realm, called Evil Killing Forest. You should have heard of it before. The old hall master said, Isn't this a bit too dangerous? One of the big shots from the major powers frowned. A gigantic evil star landed in that place once, and countless evil alien star beasts were trapped in there, trapped in a barrier set up by the devil-suppressing, heavenly venerable. No! Everyone's devil-suppressing method is not bad. It's not difficult to deal with those star beasts. Everyone's assessment is to enter there to hunt a evil beast that has formed its own star core, so your strength should be about the same as the immortal becoming realm. You can barely deal with them using the devil-suppressing method and devil-suppressing holy power. As long as you can retrieve a single star core, you can be considered to have pass, said the examination. The old hall master smiled. It's enough for 2 people to work together. Fire Divine Palace, the divine cultivator said with complete confidence. Can I fight with other people inside? If others want to steal my star core, what happens if they kill me? One of them asked. You can't attack your own people. If you are discovered by us, you will be disqualified and punished. The old hall master said. Qin Xiang started to worry inexplicably. She looked at little Lizzie and asked, You won't kill me, right? If you're with me, no one will know even if you kill me. Thanks for the reminder, or I wouldn't have thought of that. Little Lizzie rolled his eyes at him. Qin Xiang was not worried about little Lizzie. If they had to kill him, he would have died a long time ago. Qin Xiang looked at the old palace lord's expression and suddenly understood that not only did he have to obtain Star Core S, he would also have to face the same kind of robbery. 5 days. When that time comes, you will have to return to the teleportation spot and wait until the deadline. After the old palace master finished speaking, he opened transmission array and teleported them to Evil Killing Forest. Qin Xiang had heard of the Evil Demon Forest. It had existed many years ago. At that time in the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable, he had thought that it was extremely terrifying here, but who knew that it would actually be so beautiful, and there were many beautiful flowers that released an intoxicating fragrance inside the forest. Qin Xiang had heard of the Evil Demon Forest. It had existed many years ago. At that time in the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable, he had thought that it was extremely terrifying here, but who knew that it would actually be so beautiful, and there were many beautiful flowers that released an intoxicating fragrance inside the forest. Birds chirped above the trees, and on the tall trees, a light breeze occasionally blew past, blowing away some leaves. The sunlight shone through the spa. Leaves onto the trees, causing people to feel very warm. No matter how they looked at it, it didn't seem like the demonic forest. Everyone looked at the colorful flowers and wondered if the teleportation was wrong, because this place was not as unimaginable as they had imagined. They had to kill an evil beast that had formed a star core within the next 5 days, and time was of the essence. After a brief discussion, they left one by one, entering the depths of the forest to search for the evil beast. "Little Lizzie, will you kill me? Under these circumstances, I will have to be careful of you. If I meet those evil beasts, I might not dare to go easy on them." Chun Xiang laughed. He continued to follow behind little Lizzie. Looking at how he was acting, he did not plan to join forces with little Lizzie. "If you mention it again, I might actually kill you." Little Lizzie really hated this bee. "Astard." She turned her head and roared. If not for this matter, she might not have come here. Right now, she was helping the hundreds of flowers' heavenly emperor become the hall master, so she was not in a good mood. "Also, don't call me Little Lizzie. Not just anyone can call me that." Little Lizzie warned him coldly. Little Lizzie, I'm going to scream. What can you do to me?" Chun Xiang made a grimace at her and angrily raised his hand, wanting to slap her. Chun Xiang's current appearance was truly asking for a beating. Chun Xiang stopped teasing her and turned serious. He was also worried that he would get beaten up by little Lizzie. "Do you know where there are evil beasts? We can't just randomly search for them." Chun Xiang said, "Have you ever been to this place before?" "Nope." Little Lizzie replied coldly. "No matter how I look at it, this place doesn't seem to have evil beast. It is filled with dense, immortal aura and beautiful scenery. Could it be that those old fellows sent it wrongly?" Chun Xiang plucked a flower and squeezed out a sweet nectar from the flower's heart. "Do you think those evil beasts are big? A immortal becoming realm's evil beast, or a beast king can all transform into human forms." Little Lizzie said. Chun Xiang curled his lips and said, "In short, I feel that this place is very strange and even dangerous." Little Lizzie ignored him and continued to walk her own path. Chun Xiang had no choice but to follow behind her because she had beaten Chun Xiang, and he had to listen to her commands. After they had entered for around an hour, Long Shui suddenly issued a warning. "Something is approaching. It's very powerful, but it doesn't seem to be a beast. If it's not a beast, then what is it? Could it be someone else?" Chun Xiang asked anxiously and started to circulate the energy in his body. "I don't know. This thing is very strange. It looks like a lump of black gas. It shouldn't be something made from flesh and blood," Long Shui said. Little Lizzie did not know, but she suddenly felt Chun Xiang ACCU, mulating power, so she quickly turned around and vigilantly asked, "What are you trying to do?" Little Lizzie thought that Chun Xiang was planning to sneak attack her, and the two of them had always been on guard against each other's sudden attacks. That was why little Lizzie had such suspicions. "Something is coming towards us. That thing is very powerful," Chun Xiang said in a low voice as he looked towards a direction. "It's over there. Why don't you come and deal with it? You're stronger than me." Little Lizzie frowned slightly as he made his preparations. Sure enough, she suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura approaching. Just as she sensed this aura, a strong wind blew and a black maw, S of something shot over like light. Its speed was Estoni's. Plussing. "Let me do it," little Lizzie bellowed. He had already left his original position and rushed to his front, his jade fist releasing a gold chi, striking towards the ball of black chi. It was actually the demon Ji. The subduing fist. When the divine fist was unleashed, it caused the wind and clouds to move, the earth to shake. The demon Ji. D-slaying fist that little Lizzie was using now was much more powerful than the one he used against Chun Xiang, because she did not have to think too much into it. She used all her strength to attack the ball of black energy. The G? Oh! Dee's fist struck the black mist. Suddenly there was a sharp scream that sounded out from within the forest. It was like the screams of evil spirits, causing one's hair to stand on end. A gloomy and cold wind blew at the forest, causing Qin Xiang to S-H-I plus ver. What's that? Qin Xiang asked anxiously, although he was observing from the side. He could feel how powerful the thing was. He felt that if it was him, he would be stuck for a very long time. Evil spirits specialize in devouring the souls of others. Possessing a body is an extremely dangerous thing. Looks like this is truly evil killing forest. The evil beast here should have already found something that can help them raise their strength, so they don't need to wander in the forest. Little Lizzie's face was solemn. He walked towards the direction of the evil spirit. Go take a look over there. Qin Xiang followed closely behind her and asked, What do you mean to say? What do you mean to make it so that those evil beasts don't have to work too hard to increase their strength? The star core inside the gigantic evil star that fell here all those years ago should have been the key to maintain the growth of those evil beasts. Little Lizzie held a broadsword in his hand, which was filled with devil-suppressing holy power S, ready to attack at any time. That star core should be very small. If we can get it, then it would be great, but I wonder what its use is. Qin Xiang laughed. Little Lizzie did not understand how he could still smile, because this was obviously an extremely dangerous place. There is such a terrifying evil spirit here. The star core should be able to strengthen a person's soul. The evil spirit was born from a broken remnant soul. If it is unable to get nourishment, it cannot grow quickly, and the evil spirit that I killed earlier belongs to the extremely powerful type. If it could comprehend the way of cultivation, it would have long molded a person's body, and then go through the scattered, immortal tribulation. Little Lizzie's voice was strict, and she hoped that Qin Xiang would be more serious. Qin Xiang's eyes lit up as he laughed. Looks like the star core is the real deal. The star core in the evil beast is just trash, but those old fellows in devil-suppressing divine palace would definitely want it. Evil beastess are only the size of a grain of sand, but they are extremely precious. I have only heard of it, but I am not sure about the specific uses of it. In short, if we obtain the star core, we must hand it over to devil-suppressing divine palace. Little Lizzie said, You better not have any ideas about that master star core. That place is the evil beast's lair. There must be a large number of them nearby. With so many evil beasts, we can just specially pick out the stronger ones to kill them all, and we will be able to get a large number of star core. When that time comes, we just need to give a drop of the devil-suppressing divine palace, Qin Xiang said excitedly. He couldn't wait to fly to the evil beast's nest. Little Lizzie glared at Qin Xiang. Do you think killing those evil beasts is as easy as pinching ants? It's already good enough to be able to kill one, but you want to kill a bunch more. Little Lizzie glared at Qin Xiang. Do you think killing those evil beasts is as easy as pinching ants? It's already good enough to be able to kill one, but you want to kill a bunch more? Aren't you very powerful? You are already an immortal becoming realm, and those evil beasts are also immortal becoming realm. If you use the devil-suppressing kung fu to kill them, it will definitely be as simple as pressing on ants. Qin Xiang then added, We are partners at that time. You have to give me some star core. Little Lizzie was speechless to Qin Xiang in her eyes. He was just an idiot who risked his life to get money. If that is really the case, the main star core would have been in their hands a long time ago. Those evil beasts are not that weak, and you think they can easily become the Hall Master. Little Lizzie suddenly felt that this man was extremely brainless. Little Lizzie felt that the direction they were heading in right now would be the closest to the center. If they could meet the evil beast there, she just wanted to finish it quickly and leave this place far behind, waiting to be teleported back. When it was about to turn dark, Long Shui finally found a direction. There's someone walking towards you guys in front. From the looks of it, he's a transfigured evil beast. Qin Xiang anxiously pulled little Lizzie, who was running, and little Lizzie flung his hands away. What is it? There's something ahead. It might be the evil beast. Chunxiang said. When they had discovered the evil spirit previously, little Lizzie was extremely curious as to how Chunxiang knew about it. Of course, she now believed in Chunxiang. "Hide and let me do it," little Lizzie said. If Chunxiang was by her side, she might even drag her down. "Then you have to be careful. I'll leave first." Chunxiang laughed and then hid behind a tree in the distance. Little Lizzie was standing there because he told her that the evil beast had noticed them and was walking towards them. Not long after, little Lizzie saw a big man wearing black fur. The skin on his body was grayish-black, with sharp ears, purplish-red ears, and a pair of narrow and red eyes. The big-sized man bent down slightly. His slender and powerful hands could even touch the ground. When he saw little Lizzie, his eyes opened wide. The red light in his eyes disappeared and turned into a ball of black chi that leaked out. A sinister, evil Auragus. H.I. plussing out from his eyes and enveloping little Lizzie. Then the evil beast opened its fangs-filled mouth and roared. Like a bolt of lightning, it rushed towards little Lizzie. Chunxiang saw it from afar and could not help but to kick little Lizzie until he was sweating. This evil beast was truly powerful. If it was him, he would need to use all his abilities to barely be able to contend against it. Little Lizzie was already prepared. With the release of the devil-suppressing holy power on her body, the golden mist cleansed the evil spirit that was enveloping her, and the broadsword in her hands pierced towards the evil beast. The evil beast was very cunning. Upon seeing the broadsword, it immediately changed its direction, scuttled to little Lizzie's side, and pounced forward. A pair of claws filled with terrifying evil energy, as though it could tear apart everything. The killing intent instantly released by the evil beast caused all the flowers and trees around to wither. Chunxiang understood. These evil beasts would only cause damage to the forest during times of battle. When the evil beast pounced towards him, little Lizzie turned around and struck out with his sword. The evil beast actually rotated in the air and avoided little Lizzie's sword strike. Then, with a flick of its body, it produced a wave of energy that continued to pounce towards little Lizzie. In the blink of an eye, it arrived beside little Lizzie and grabbed toward his neck with its terrifying claws. A golden S, H.I. plus ELD immediately appeared on little Lizzie's body. When the evil beast's claws came into contact with the barrier, they were bounced back by a violent wave of devil-suppressing holy power. When it was little Lizzie's turn to attack, when the evil beast flew out, little Lizzie had also flown over. She had already put away her broadsword and used the demon sealing array from the devil-suppressing chi array, locking the evil beast in place. At this time, she had already arrived in front of the evil beast and smashed out with 2 fists, each of them containing the power of the 9th level of the devil's subduing method. Little Lizzie's 2 punches had made the evil beast howl miserably, and 2 black Y holes had appeared on its body. "It's over." Little Lizzie's fist flashed with a golden light, striking towards the head of the evil beast, and at the same time, he could faintly make out the word Jin. Boom! The remnant waves of the subduing demon G. D-fist swept across the surroundings, destroying a huge tree. In front of the subduing demon G. D-fist, the evil beast was instantly turned into ashes, only leaving behind a beast the size of a grain, emitting a bit of multicolored light. Little Lizzie immediately extended his hand out to grab, or else he would be blown away by the shock wave. So weak. Chunxiang saw that little Lizzie had easily killed the evil beast, and felt that the evil beast was only SOSO. It's because this little Lizzie is too strong. She used her strongest devil-suppressing holy power, and is also dealing with demons. It will definitely be easy. Su Meiyao said, "If it was you, you should be able to deal with it as well. The evil beast here are more stupid." Little Lizzie heaved a sigh of relief. The evil beast here were not as strong as she had imagined, and she was worried that it was only by instinct. She had always thought that the situation was pretty bad, and that would allow her to use her strongest ability to deal with the enemy. Just as Chunxiang was about to go out, with a swoosh, for people suddenly appeared and surrounded little Lizzie. These were not evil beasts, but those who came to partake. 1. P. 8 in the A assessment. One of them was a spirit cultivator from the Fire Divine Palace. The other was a spirit cultivator from the Divine Devil Cult. As expected of the most capable AS assistant under the Flower Emperor. You got the Star Core that quickly, and the guy beside you was killed by you, right? That's good too. It saves us the trouble of killing him. The man from Divine Devil Cult laughed sinisterly. Did you come for that seed? Little Lizzie had already guessed it. She said with a sneer, Just the 4 of you want to take me down to threaten Asgard Mistress. The deity cultivator smiled and said, The 4 of us are obviously not good enough. However, if you have this, can you tell us? Just as he finished speaking, a golden net suddenly appeared, enveloping little Lizzie, causing him to scream in pain as he laid on the ground. His face was filled with pain, and the golden net was glowing with electric currents. Tai Kong, your holy level treasure web is really not bad. I didn't think that you would be able to control this woman. The young man from Divine Devil Cult laughed. Tai Kong was the Fire Divine Palace Divine cultivator. He held a gold bead in his hand, and currently he was channeling his energy into it. This bead should be the thing that controlled the holy level treasure web. Little Lizzie gritted her teeth as she endured the pain. This holy level treasure web was indeed powerful, and was even a famous immortal weapon in the Fire Divine Palace. She never thought that the Fire Divine Palace would actually use it against her. She secretly became desperate because she thought that Qin Xiang would not save him. She thought that Qin Xiang had escaped the moment he saw the 4 people appear. Of course, Qin Xiang did not leave. He was waiting for an opportunity. Tai Kong, your spirit cultivation seems to be much more powerful than our Divine Devil Cult's geniuses. You might even be able to enter the immortal becoming realm very soon with your boundless future. The Divine Devil Cult flattered on the side. Tai Kong, your spirit cultivation seems to be much more powerful than our Divine Devil Cult's geniuses. You might even be able to enter the immortal becoming realm very soon with your boundless future. The Divine Devil Cult flattered on the side. Tai Kong smiled slightly, looked at little Lizzie, who was painfully struggling on the ground, then opened his palm and said, The thunder power that I used just now, let's try the flame now. Just as he was about to start, a wave of energy came through. The bead in his hand suddenly disappeared into thin air. It was Qin Xiang who had used the power of the spatial laws in the distance to take things in from the air. Very strong power of S.P.A.C. Tai Kang's face became ugly. The 4 of them immediately looked around. And at this time, little Lizzie, who was trapped within the Holy Level's treasure web, had also disappeared. Qin Xiang hid himself on a tree in the distance, while little Lizzie laid in his embrace. He took off the Holy Level treasure web, and when he saw the weak little Lizzie, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration at the power of the net, which had actually turned the arrogant little Lizzie into such a state. Hey, are you all right? Qin Xiang lightly slapped her jade face, making her fiercely glare at him. If it wasn't for Qin Xiang saving her, she might have already gone berserk. Little Lizzie's body was powerless. You could see that she was severely injured. The network probably caused severe damage to her blood channels. She just let Qin Xiang hug her, then closed her eyes and started to heal herself. It should be that hundreds of flowers, heavenly emperor. She actually did not kill that brat. Tai Kong said angrily, That brat knows how to use spatial strength. Only he can do that. He should be somewhere nearby. Quickly find him. Qin Xiang told Long Shui to release her boundless divine power and to conceal himself with little Lizzie. However, a barrier that appeared on the outside could make them disappear as well as prevent them from being seen from the outside. Hide yourself well. I haven't recovered yet. You'd better not attack. Little Lizzie opened her eyes. She saw that Qin Xiang was actually ready to make a move, so she hurriedly warned him. Qin Xiang suddenly grabbed onto her jade hand, causing him to shout, What are you doing? Let me see how bad your injury is. Chun Xiang grabbed her wrist and penetrated through it with a divine power, checking her injuries. Don't resist me, relax. Little Lizzie's chest rose up and down, looking at Chun Xiang with some anger. Just now he was touching her face, and now he was touching her hands as well. This was the first time she was being played around by a man, and her B.U.T. talks were actually Chun Xiang's thighs. Relax. I need to recover your injuries quickly, Chun Xiang said. Little Lizzie took a deep breath and stopped resisting Chun Xiang's divine power. She closed her eyes, as she also wanted to quickly leave this place and forget about everything. It's quite serious. I won't be able to recover until the next month. Chun Xiang laughed. That net is so powerful, but it is already mine. Don't be moved by me, or I will die together with you. Seeing Chun Xiang smiling so happily, little Lizzie started to worry secretly. Chun Xiang laughed. Thank you for your reminder. Otherwise I wouldn't have such thoughts. Little Lizzie was furious in her heart. This was what she had said to Chun Xiang earlier. She had always hated Chun Xiang and had also beaten him severely, but now she suddenly felt that other than some brain problems, Hundreds of Flowers' Heavenly Emperor was actually quite a good person. At the very least, he had saved her now, or else if she fell into their hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chun Xiang took out a small flower that was carved out of jade. It was extremely beautiful, and little Lizzie was stupefied when he saw it, not only because of the beauty of the flower, but also because she knew what kind of flower it was. This is jade dragon flower. Little Lizzie was shocked. She could see the dragon carving on top of the petal, as well as the exquisite dragon scales. That's right. I can help you quickly recover from your injuries and finish off those 4 fellows. Chun Xiang took off a petal and placed it next to little Lizzie's lips. Open your mouth. Chun Xiang laughed. Humph! Little Lizzie scoffed and opened her mouth slightly. She looked very enticing right now, making Chun Xiang very tempted to go over and kiss her. But he didn't dare because the consequences would be very tragic. I'll recover soon. After little Lizzie finished speaking, he gently said, Thank you. Hee. Now do you know why I'm called Hundreds of Flowers' Heavenly Emperor? In my eyes, jade dragon flower is nothing. Chun Xiang said smugly. Little Lizzie snorted, then closed his eyes and refined the power brought about by the small piece of petal. Chun Xiang put her down and let her lean against the tree trunk. The branches of the big tree were very thick, and it was not a problem for the 2 of them to be on it. Wait a moment. Capture Tai Kong and the azure-dressed man alive. Chun Xiang said seriously, I want them to be useful. What's the use? Little Lizzie asked. You want their things, their storage, magic treasure, as all have restrictions on them. Other than yourself. Others cannot open them. Just kill them all. Tai Kong is a divine cultivator from the Fire Divine Palace. He is very important. That azure-dressed man is from the Divine Devil Cult. I would like to know his purpose in coming to the devil-suppressing Divine Palace. Chun Xiang said, Divine Devil Cult, this is real. Little Lizzie gritted his teeth. Divine Devil Cult, I won't let them go. Chun Xiang nodded his head. Right now, Divine Devil Cult should be preparing to come out from the water with a high profile. If we can get the seed in your Flower Emperor's hands, it will be of great use to them. Now, little Lizzie realized that this annoying bastard was not as simple as he thought and was also very cunning. Luckily, he treated her well. Otherwise, she might have been set up by him. Don't tell me you don't want to obtain the seed of our Asgard master? Little Lizzie asked. If I were to trade with you, would your Asgard master give it to me? Chun Xiang laughed. I don't know. Little Lizzie shook her head. Asgard mistress has always been good to me, but that seed is also very important to her. But no matter what decision she makes, I will never blame her. That seed was Chun Xiang's. Of course, he wouldn't use little Lizzie to exchange for it. As long as he asked, LV Chilian would definitely return it to him. Then I've saved you. You have to repay me. Chun Xiang said. Of course. She looked at Chun Xiang. How do you want me to repay you? If you want me to repay you with my own flesh, then you should just kill me. Chun Xiang laughed. If I really want to make a move on you, I can do it right now. Cough, cough. You have to agree to 3 conditions. As long as I can do it, speak. Little Lizzie was already prepared to be slaughtered by Chun Xiang. First, leave behind the lives of Tai Kong and the azure-dressed man. Second, accompany me deep inside. I didn't think about it at the moment, but if I didn't say anything about these 5 days, then the third rule would be invalid. Also, the matter of you and I being here must be kept a secret, and it definitely must not be leaked, including the Flower Emperor. Chun Xiang said, No problem. Little Lizzie promised straightforwardly. C1475 true value. C1475 true value. Hualang, does your divine devil cult not have any special methods to deal with this kind of situation? Qin Li's entire body was releasing hot steam. His heart was filled with anger, adding that he was panicking. It was difficult for him to control his emotions. He wanted to burn this place down. Not only was the holy level treasure web stolen, more importantly, he had let little Lizzie escape. If little Lizzie could return, they would be done for, so they had to find little Lizzie here. I've used it, but they've hidden it well, so I can't detect it. Hualang said. He was considered an outstanding follower in the divine devil cult. If not, he would not have been sent over. That woman should have been severely injured. When I used the net to catch her, I launched a very powerful attack. They shouldn't have gone far, or we should be waiting for them at the teleportation spot. It would be fine to attack them when the time comes. Said, thinking of this method made him feel a lot more at ease. If not for that precious net, they would not be little Lizzie's match. They estimated that little Lizzie's injuries would take at least a month to recover, and they were not afraid of the remaining by Wadiandi. Keep searching. If we attack from the teleportation spot, it'll be easy for others to find us. Hualang said, If we are discovered, we'll immediately eliminate them. Kill everyone else to prevent the 2 fellows from returning. Qin Li clenched his fists tightly. Chun Xiang and little Lizzie heard their conversation and sneered in their hearts. As long as little Lizzie recovered, these people would all be dead. Is it coming? Chun Xiang looked at little Lizzie, who was at the side. He seemed to be unable to wait any longer. It's about time. You just stay here and watch. Little Lizzie was able to stand up, and his complexion looked much better. His cheeks were flushed, and he had regained his blood vitality, looking much more spirited than before. Just a small petal could bring about unexpected effects, as expected of the jade dragon flower. The 4 of them split up, searching for Chun Xiang and little Lizzie. Little Lizzie had already made his move, but only after Shay Say cynated the other 2 and killed them did he leave Qin Li and Hualang. Little Lizzie often carried out some secret missions. He had done everything he could to catch people alive, so it was not difficult for her, even if the opponents were Fire Temple's God, Cultivator, and Divine Devil Cult's followers. Chun Xiang quietly followed behind little Lizzie, and what little Lizzie was going to do next was deal with the Divine Devil Cult's Hualang. In the forest, Hualang carefully moved forward and used his divine power to carefully scan his surroundings as he searched for clues. As an outstanding disciple of the divine devil cult, he cultivated the divine way and the devil way. Not only was his strength strong, he was outstanding in all aspects. Moreover, he could feel the approaching dangerous aura. He immediately channeled the power of the DS and devils within his body. If he doesn't have the strength to fight back, then I'll attack and catch him. Chun Xiang said. Suddenly, he felt that this aura was a little familiar. It was very similar to little Lizzie's. This caused him to be extremely apprehensive, and just as he was about to shout out, the voice was stuck in his throat. In that instant, the dantian in his body was sealed by little Lizzie's demon-suppressing chi ray, and all the meridians in his body were broken by little Lizzie's palm. Chun Xiang immediately flew over, took out a square cauldron, and stored Hualang inside. Then he immediately disappeared and hid him. Qin Li seemed to have sensed something, and he immediately took out a jade talisman to transmit a message to Hualang. However, he did not reply for a long time, which caused him to immediately be on guard. Hualang! Hualang! Qin Li shouted a few times, his voice resonating in the quiet forest, causing him to feel inexplicably afraid. Stop shouting, he's going to meet him soon. Little Lizzie suddenly appeared in front of Qin Li and swatted his face with her palm. With 9 thunderous booms and the power of the 9th level of devil subduing method, little Lizzie's face was covered in wounds. His body was not as strong as Qin Xiang's. You. Qin Li was shocked. He immediately used his divine power to carry out mental attacks, but he suddenly felt that his dantian was sealed. Little Lizzie swiftly unleashed 2 palms, one of them striking at Qin Li's dantian, releasing a demon-suppressing chi ray that temporarily sealed his dantian, and the other hand which was struck by the demon-suppressing chi ray. Furthermore, he had to sense the opponent's dantian and spirit sea. Therefore, little Lizzie did not use this move on Qin Xiang previously, because his dantian was very blurry, spirit sea was even more so. Quick, take care of him. The demon-suppressing chi array won't last for long. Little Lizzie shouted. Qin Xiang immediately appeared and fell from the sky. Slapping his hand fiercely on Qin Li's head, he activated Demented Spell and searched through the memories inside. Ah. U-B-A-S-T-A-R-D, what are you doing to me? Qin Li suddenly screamed miserably. Her eyes were suddenly red and swollen, and her face was filled with malevolence. Even little Lizzie had frowned when he saw this, and she wanted to know what Qin Xiang was doing. It's a soul search. Ah, incantation of magic. Qin Li screamed in pain and said it intermittently. After knowing what Qin Xiang was doing, little Lizzie anxiously retreated a few steps and looked at Qin Xiang in shock. The Demented Spell was a demonic technique and could be considered an absolute art. Countless experts had thought of it, but they did not expect Bai Wadiandi to actually know how to use it. You can die now. Qin Xiang snorted as he channeled the phagocytosis, devouring everything inside Qin Li's spirit sea, including his divine soul. He then fused them into his own spirit sea, allowing the divine power inside it to refine everything. This Qin Li's entire body was filled with treasures. Consuming his spirit sea would allow Qin Xiang to increase his divine power, but he was an important figure in the fire temple. The fire soul in his body was definitely not weak. Qin Xiang used the phagocytosis and extracted the fire soul from Qin Li. It was a purple fire soul. He stored it in a bead. In the end, Qin Xiang took out Qin Li's sky pill and burned his corpse to ashes. What did this show to little Lizzie? She could obviously see that Qin Xiang had taken out her fire soul. The purple fire soul was a very precious thing. It could let many Dan Xian fight over it. The heaven pellet was of great use to Qin Xiang. He could refine the heaven pellet into something similar to the ice extinguish, plussing pill, which he could use to attack others with. It was as powerful as a self-detonation of an immortal king, and he had over 10 of these pellets on him. After getting rid of Qin Li, he let that Hualang out. Like Qin Li, Hualang first used the Demented Spell to search his memories, then swallowed his divine soul, took away the heaven pellet, and finally destroyed his corpse and erased all traces of it. You. Little Lizzie wanted to say something, but she did not say it out loud. She only looked at Qin Xiang vigilantly. What kind of memories did you find? Little Lizzie was a little curious. What kind of memories did you find? Little Lizzie was a little curious. Divine Devil Cult and Fire Divine Palace have secretly joined hands. They wanted that seed and then they planted it together. It seems like their goal is to go to that heaven realm. Qin Xiang said, "The memories I have are limited. This is what they know about this matter." Qin Xiang did not completely devour the other party's memories, so it would take some time, and it would not be good if he had too much memories as well. He was only looking for some crucial and useful things, such as where the divine devil cult was hiding and the thing that could give birth to divine soul that he had always been thinking about. Just what kind of origin do you have? You have mastered the powerful devil-suppressing method, and yet you also understand the unique devil Dao arts of the soul-absorbing devil spell. Little Lizzie frowned and asked, I am Devil Killing Summit. Chun Xiang casually found an excuse. Hearing that it was from the Devil Killing Summit, little Lizzie did not ask more about Chun Xiang's origins. I heard some rumors that your Devil Killing Summit had also sent people to S. NATC. H that seed. Could it be you? No, I have no interest in that seed. If not, I would have caught you long ago. Although I am a member of the Devil Killing Summit, I have never stepped onto that mysterious Devil Killing Summit, and currently I do not have that power either. So, the reason why the people from the Devil Killing Summit are here has nothing to do with me. Qin Xiang said, You promise me you must keep this a secret and can't tell anyone else that I'm here. I will never go back on my words, but you must tell me your purpose in calling yourself Hundreds of Flowers, Heavenly Emperor. Little Lizzie had always been brooding over this matter, otherwise her relations. H.I. plus P with Qin Xiang would have been better. It's nothing. I just wanted to discuss that arrogant woman from the Flower Emperor. I had no other goal. When I feel like it's enough, I naturally wouldn't do that. Qin Xiang laughed. Little Lizzie was speechless in his heart. You, what hatred do you have with Asgard Mistress? I don't hate her. I just hate her and want to disgust her. But you will understand in the future. Qin Xiang was already walking deeper in and said, Let's hurry. Time is tight. I want to hurry up and get the Master Star Core. I will try my best, but whether or not I can get it will depend on you, said. Now that she knew that Qin Xiang had a lot of methods up his sleeves, even if that place was dangerous, he could guarantee his safety. Although Qin Xiang was already a mortal king, his progress in the divine way was very slow. He was not an Imperial Dragon Clan, as he could not even make breakthroughs in his sleep like Long Shui. If he wanted to quickly raise his divine soul, he would need to rely on external help. There were still 3 days until the end of the time period, so Qin Xiang and little Lizzie were running frantically in the forest. Russ. H.I. plus ing towards the center. In front of us is a small mountain, and beside it are the evil beast. There are about 2,000 of them. Long Shui said, I'll try to see if I can find out where the Master Star Core is. Qin Xiang told little Lizzie to stop. If they continued to move forward, perhaps those evil beasts would be alerted. He had to wait for Long Shui to investigate everything thoroughly before he could decide on his next course of action. It's in the middle of the short mountain, but I don't know what material the short mountain is made of, but it's extremely STU. DY with no gaps at all. On the surface, there are traces of attacks coming from the direction of the attacks. It seems like those evil beasts have attacked many times, but have no way of obtaining the inner star core. Long Shui said, What if I use the power of the S.P.A.C. laws? Qin Xiang asked, It shouldn't be possible either. That short mountain should be the core of that evil star. After so many years had Pa S said it still hasn't been destroyed. I'm afraid that it might not be easy to take it out. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang frowned. I wonder if we can use Green Dragon, Demon Slain Broadsword S. You can try, but then you'll be exposed. Long Shui said. I'm not afraid of that. Little Lizzie will not tell others, but I will tell her to keep it a secret. Although she is rather violent, she has good faith in me. Qin Xiang said. Little Lizzie asked, Any discoveries? We need to hurry up and move. If we still can't find him, we need to hurry back, in case we don't have enough time. I found it. I found a few thousand evil beasts surrounding that place. I need you to lure most of the evil beast away so that I can move quickly. Qin Xiang said, That place is very STU. DY, I will need some time to open it. Little Lizzie was very suspicious in her heart. She nodded her head. Let's go. Little Lizzie rushed over as fast as he could. Not long after, he saw that in front of him was a large area with no trees, and the soil was pitch black. In the middle of the area was a relatively large and round dwarf mountain. There were many transformational evil beasts above the short mountain, about 1,000 of them, and around the short mountain there were also about 2,000 evil beasts, but their bodies were quite large, and it seemed like they had not completely evolved. Little Lizzie suddenly rushed in, and his whole body was releasing devil-suppressing, holy powers chi, causing the evil beasts to feel extremely uncomfortable. They immediately roared at her, causing thousands of evil beasts to roar at the same time. The sound resonated into the sky, causing all the birds in the evil-killing forest to fly out of shock. The roar was accompanied by a gust of wind that blew against the forest. The trees close to the center had their branches and leaves snapped, and waves of black chi came out from the evil beast and floated in the air, blocking the light, causing the forest to become dark. Facing so many angry evil beasts, little Lizzie felt a lot of pressure, but she still took out a large sword and rushed into the herd of beasts, killing them in the blink of an eye. At the moment, the group of evil beasts were all Russ, plussing towards her. Her goal was to lure the evil beast away so that Xiang could take action. She immediately escaped in one direction. This group of evil beasts were originally stupid. They immediately chased after them, and only a few were still there. "We've gone far. Let's begin," Long Shui said. Xiang immediately teleported through SPAC and took out his green dragon, demon-slain broadsword S to kill the few remaining evil beasts. These evil beasts were at most at the late stage of a Mortal King stage. Xiang jumped into the air and used both hands to hold onto the divine blade. As he fell, he channeled the holy energy within his body to pour into the divine blade, increasing its power. Boom! The short mountain actually shook violently, and from the inside a thunderous noise came out. The power caused Xiang's hands to feel pain, and he was actually unable to move the small mountain, nor did he leave behind any traces. When little Lizzie, who was running wildly in the forest, heard the sound, he knew that Xiang had already made his move. However, the group of evil beasts that were chasing after her immediately turned their heads and ran back after hearing the sound. "What's going on?" Little Lizzie clenched his teeth, holding on to his broadsword. He retreated back into the group of beasts. Even though that group of evil beasts were stupid, they seemed to know that someone was going to take away the main star core, so they rushed towards the short mountain without a care for their own safety. Even though that group of evil beasts were stupid, they seemed to know that someone was going to take away the main star core, so they rushed towards the short mountain without a care for their own safety. When the beasts were chasing after little Lizzie, they had already trampled many big trees in the forest. At this moment, they could clearly see the short mountain from afar. "What is this guy doing? Hurry up and get it." Little Lizzie initially thought that Xiang was as straightforward as before, but now he dragged his feet and stood there. Little Lizzie had killed dozens of evil beasts and had some of them fight back against her. "The evil beasts have returned," Long Shui said. "The 1,000 that is Russ. Plussing in the front is the strongest. I'm afraid you cannot handle it, so quickly settle it." Seeing that the group of evil beasts was about to return, Xiang clenched his teeth and threw the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword high into the sky. Then he used his mind to control the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword and made it become as large as a 30,000-meter tall mountain. "I'll just have to wait and see." Xiang released more than half of his sacred and divine power from his body into the divine blade, and then let the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword fall down. Not far away, little Lizzie saw the gigantic and shocking divine blade, as well as the engraved, gigantic green dragon. She knew immediately that this was the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. She was extremely shocked and immediately thought of many things, including the fact that the hundreds of flowers' heavenly emperor was actually Xiang. The green dragon, demon-slain broadsword S had now become extremely huge. and in front of the gigantic blade, the short mountain was like a small steamed bun. Fiercely thrusting down the divine blade, the heavy divine blade caused a very strong force when it fell down, and when the tip of the blade touched the mountain, it created a burst of cyan-colored strong light, causing a shockwave that flattened the surroundings, and the evil beasts that were Russ, H.I., plussing over were also blown away by the remnant waves of the divine power. Chun Xiang relied on his own strength and was only blown a few steps back. Boom! The short mountain exploded. A large piece of solid rock flew out in all directions, following the shock wave. Some of the evil beasts were struck by the rocks, and even their bodies were smashed into pieces. Chun Xiang was already prepared, and immediately jumped into the middle. Long Shui had already used her divine power to find that piece of star core, which was only as big as a fist, but the energy it contained made Chun Xiang feel fear. Chun Xiang withdrew his green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, and released his holy devil-suppressing seal, allowing it to float in the air in front of him. The moment he saw the evil beast, he controlled it to smash onto the ground. Come here. Releasing his divine power, Chun Xiang made a grasping motion with his palm, causing several hundred evil beastess to fly over and be caught by him. At this moment, he had also arrived beside the astonished little Lizzie. Let's go. Chun Xiang withdrew his holy devil-suppressing seal, grabbed little Lizzie, stepped on the shrinking step, traveled through SPAC, and quickly got rid of those thousands of crazy evil beasts. Those were all immortal becoming realm S, and they were not easy to deal with. Very soon, Chun Xiang brought little Lizzie to a peaceful place. Little Lizzie frowned and snorted. You really are Chun Xiang. Previously, LV Chilean had thought that he was Chun Xiang, but later on, something had changed her mind. That's right, the third condition that you agree to give me away now is that you are not to tell your Asgard mistress about me being Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang threw a small bag to little Lizzie. Inside it, there were a few evil beastess. There were more than 200 of them. This is for you. Chun Xiang laughed. B-A-S-T-A-R-D. Why did you harm the palace master? Little Lizzie expressed his confusion. I have a little conflict with her. I just want to disgust her a little. Chun Xiang laughed. You must remember to fulfill the third agreement, if not. Otherwise what? Said in a cold voice. She actually wanted to tell LV Chilean about Chun Xiang's tie, but she couldn't go back on her words. She really didn't want to see her own Asgard mistress being played by Chun Xiang in the middle of the applause. It doesn't matter. In short, I won't trust you in the future. If you don't fulfill your promise, then in my eyes, you are an ungrateful, vile character. Chun Xiang sighed. To deal with someone like little Lizzie who had strong principles, this was the best way. She felt that Chun Xiang was just competing in intelligence with LV Chilean. In this aspect, LV Chilean had indeed lost, and he had lost very miserably, so even now he still did not know. I don't understand. The palace masters and the experts of the devil-suppressing divine palace were watching you closely, but you were able to escape to Xie Tian to eliminate the Xie clan, and later on you attacked the branches of the devil-suppressing divine palace and the devil-suppressing divine palace. Little Lizzie said, You were in the hotel all day. Little Lizzie suddenly realized that when Chun Xiang was fighting with her, she had kept a lot of power hidden. She did it so that she would not reveal her true strength, but she was still very powerful, especially with her powerful body. I didn't do that. Rumor has it that I have a friend from the White Dragon. This isn't a rumor, it's true. Chun Xiang laughed. I don't have any hatred towards your Asgard mistress. I'm just playing around with her. I won't hurt her, so you can't tell her and you don't have to feel guilty. Humph! She had long heard of Chun Xiang's achievements, so she knew that he was very cunning and powerful. Now that she had finally experienced it, if it wasn't for the situation today, she would probably never know that she had experienced such things in her entire life. Don't be angry. You call me A-B-A-S-T-A-R-D all day long. I'm always smiling at you, but you're always scowling at me. Chun Xiang laughed. Because you're A-B-A-S-T-A-R-D. Little Lizzie glared at him. Although you're a bit rough, I really want to marry you. Little Lizzie, you're supposed to be eating this anyway. I don't know if you're sweet or not. Chun Xiang laughed. Don't even think about it. I won't marry you even if I die. Little Lizzie coldly snorted. Since that's the case, then I feel excited just thinking about marrying your palace master, a generation's flower emperor. Chun Xiang laughed sinisterly. If you keep talking, I'll kill you. Little Lizzie immediately shouted out in anger. Hey, if you don't agree to my marriage, won't you allow me to marry your palace mistress? Don't tell me you like her. Chun Xiang seemed to have discovered a big secret as he smiled wickedly. Little Lizzie gritted his teeth as he looked at him. It's best if you don't spout nonsense. Who wants to be your scoundrel's woman? Chun Xiang took out the treasure web and sighed. Although I'm a B-A-S-T-A-R-D, I still have a woman. I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. Your palace is mainly my woman. I don't think much of her. I actually quite wish for her to be my female slave. Just as he finished speaking, Little Lizzie's sword was already at his throat. Watch your mouth. Little Lizzie kept his sword, his face full of anger. If it was anyone else, they would have been sliced into pieces by her already. Chun Xiang and Little Lizzie returned to the teleportation spot. Along the way, no matter how Chun Xiang teased her, Little Lizzie did not say a word, because she felt that if she said a single word to Chun Xiang, she would be inexplicably angry. Chun Xiang and Little Lizzie returned to the teleportation spot. Along the way, no matter how Chun Xiang teased her, Little Lizzie did not say a word, because she felt that if she said a single word to Chun Xiang, she would be inexplicably angry. Little Lizzie, why isn't Xiao Xiang here? She should be quite strong. Why didn't you send her to fight me? Maybe I'll listen to her. Chun Xiang asked. She went into seclusion. We didn't want to disturb her. We really wanted her to come. Little Lizzie snorted. If he had known earlier that Hundreds of Flowers' heavenly emperor was Chun Xiang, things would not have gone this far. When they returned to the transmission array, there were already 5 people who had returned. Including Chun Xiang and the rest, there were only 7 people at the moment, and they were only half a day away from the deadline of 5 days. When the time was almost up, 3 more people returned. A total of only 10 people were able to return to the transmission array. Chun Xiang asked around, and found out that only 2 groups of people managed to get their hands on StarCore. Opening the transmission array, everyone returned to the great hall of the devil-suppressing divine palace. Seeing that only 10 people had returned, everyone was a little surprised, especially the big shots of the Fire Divine Palace and the Divine Devil Cult. Little Lizzie took out a StarCore and gave it to the old hall master, proving that they had hunted evil beast. At this time, a lady from the Hundreds of Flowers Palace said unhappily, "The reason this guy could become the palace mistress is all because of us, Little Lizzie." Chun Xiang swept his eyes across the lady and laughed. "Isn't it just StarCore? I have a bunch of them here." As he spoke, he took out a handful. There were dozens of these, which caused the old palace masters of the devil-suppressing divine palace to be dumbstruck, because this meant that he had killed many powerful evil beasts. He and Little Lizzie split the StarCore evenly, and no one had more than 200 of these. But Little Lizzie could not say anything, because she had promised Chun Xiang that she would not say anything about what had happened inside. So she could not take out the StarCore either, or else LV Chilian would be suspicious. At that time, if LV Chilian continued to ask, she might not be able to keep it a secret. "Little girl, do you know how powerful my Hundreds of Flowers heavenly emperor is? Tens of evil beastess, to me, are as easy as killing chickens. Your little Lizzie can only paw S this trial with my care." Chun Xiang sneered. "You." Little Lizzie glared at him, but did not refute him. She could tell that Chun Xiang was giving her a hard time, because if that happened, LV Chilian would definitely come and question her. From now on, You are the hall masters of our devil-suppressing divine palace. We will assign you to a place to manage our branch halls. The old palace lord said, "Carry on with your devil-suppressing method. This is something you need to do." 100 flowers. Sky Emperor, where do you plan to go to be the palace lord? If possible, we can arrange for you to take over, the old hall master asked. Chun Xiang thought for a moment, then said, "I want to go to the ancient star immortal palace. Is that possible?" "Sure. When you pick up some things, you can use our transmission array to teleport over. But before that, you all have to swear to join our devil-suppressing divine palace, and you all can stay with your original forces," the old hall master said. Little Lizzie glanced at LV Chilian, and LV Chilian nodded to her. This devil-suppressing divine palace was her father to begin with, so it wasn't a big deal for her to have little Lizzie join them. However, to others, LV Chilian wanted to take over the entire devil-suppressing divine palace. After he finished his oath, Qin Xiang received a jade pendant. This jade pendant was not only a symbol of the palace master, but also a storage magic treasure. Little Lizzie, from now on, we are from the same sect. When I have time, I will come to the Hundreds of Flowers Immortal Country's main palace to find you to properly cultivate our feelings. Chun Xiang laughed evilly, causing people to wonder what had happened inside the evil killing forest. Little Lizzie glowered at Chun Xiang, but Chun Xiang simply smiled and turned, stepped into a transmission array and headed towards the ancient star immortal palace. Inside the Hundreds of Flowers palace, LV Chilian was in his own room. He asked little Lizzie, "What happened inside the forest? Why does that guy have so many star core? Those evil beasts should not be that weak." Really wanted to tell her that that guy was Chun Xiang. Using Holy Devil Suppressing Seal to kill that kind of evil beast was as easy as killing ants. She almost blurted it out. She also hated Chun Xiang a lot and wanted to let LV Chilian know the truth behind it even more. That guy is very powerful. Previously, when we fought, he hid a lot of his strength, so he killed a lot of evil beast. Little Lizzie sighed. Although Chun Xiang was annoying, Mu Qianxiang was LV Chilian's disciple after all, so she felt that he would not do anything to hurt LV Chilian. LV Chilian nodded his head. "You should be very tired. Go back and rest. Those fellows who are keeping an eye on the seed are already inside the main hall. I just don't know when they will make their move." "Then when should I go challenge the Lord Hall Master?" Little Lizzie asked. It seemed that LV Chilian did not send her to partic. 1P8 in the examination just to teach her a lesson. The Lord Hall Master is very strong. It is hard to say if he could even win 2 Divine Palace Protectors S, and he has to use Devil Suppressing Method as well. I will pass some Devil Suppressing Method to you. You can go after mastering it. Divine Palace Protectors will not win that easily. How could she not see that little Lizzie had something to hide from her? Only, she knew that little Lizzie was very loyal to her, so she did not pursue the matter further and did not expose her. She felt that little Lizzie had her own difficulties. When Chun Xiang came to the devil-suppressing Divine Palace S of the Ancient Star Immortal Palace, he was now the boss. The branch palaces here were of average scale and only had more than 1,000 disciples. Other than him, the Hall Master, there were also 4 other elders. They were all Immortal King-level old men, and they were all very old. Not only that, they were all decent people. The purpose of the devil-suppressing Divine Palace Branch Hall was to absorb outstanding disciples and send them to the main hall. At the same time, they would impart knowledge on the devil-suppressing method, allowing more people to join the devil-suppressing Divine Palace. Chun Xiang did not want to take care of these things and leave it all to the elders. He specially came to the Ancient Star Immortal Palace with a purpose because the location of the Divine Devil Cult was very close to this place. Chun Xiang's goal was the Divine Devil Cult's demonic pool water, the strange thing that could help a person develop divine soul. The devil-suppressing Divine Palace was a giant stone building. Even though it was a branch hall, it still had 50 floors, and the highest floor was Qin Xiang's. He had a panoramic view of the prosperous center of the ancient star immortal palace. The devil-suppressing divine palace was a giant stone building. Even though it was a branch hall, it still had 50 floors, and the highest floor was Qin Xiang's. He had a panoramic view of the prosperous center of the ancient star immortal palace. However, it's very ancient. Legend has it that it's because an ancient planet fell down here, but the star didn't explode, and instead brought along the energy to nourish the earth. That's why people are here. So it's a good idea for you to stay here for a while. Sumeyao said, "The two divine palace protectors are not weak. I heard that they are from the immortal becoming realm. There's no need to talk about the Lord Hall Master, who is in charge of the devil-suppressing divine palace. He is probably at the same level as Duan Ming, both in the later stages of the immortal becoming realm. Last time in Evil Divine Palace, the Lord Palace Master of the devil-suppressing divine palace caught him as well. The immortal becoming realm has 9 cycles. I think that Hall Master is only at the 4th or 5th cycle, and Duan Ming is equivalent to around the 6th cycle. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fend off so many people by himself." Long Shui said, "Even if she's at the 4th or 5th transition of the immortal becoming realm, she's still not someone I can handle right now. I wonder how strong LV Chilean is right now." Chun Xiang said, "Seems like she is going to let little Lizzie challenge the Hall Master. In that case, the devil-suppressing divine palace will be under her control. She might have reached the Saint Ruler realm. She is indeed very strong, and she is progressing very quickly. Sooner or later, she will become a true flower emperor." Long Shui said. Chun Xiang took out a small and said, "I have to hurry up and cultivate my divine soul up and condense the G-O-D wind earlier." He was already an immortal king, but he was still unable to condense G-O-D wind. If he could, his cultivation in the divine way would increase by a big step. Actually, cultivating the holy power in your body to become the same as the divine power in your divine sense C is the final state, because when the divine power reaches a certain state, it can simulate a variety of powers. Our white dragon race only cultivates divine power alone, but we can use a variety of different types of energy, which is the ultimate goal of the divine way of cultivation. Long Shui said, "This must be very difficult. How can the strength of a physical body be the same as the strength of divine soul?" Chun Xiang shook his head. He felt that this was not realistic. I won't hide it from you. Divine power is divine power, and the divine power in your divine sense C is very weak. It's actually not that type of physical divine power. Long Shui said, "There are many experts at the peak of the 9 heavens. In the end, they are all transforming all of their power into divine power. However, it is indeed very difficult." Chun Xiang swallowed all the energy inside the evil beast and fused it into the divine sense C. The star core's energy was quite beneficial to cultivation and divine soul, and he could feel that there was a lot more divine power inside his own divine sense C. If he continued this, he felt that he could open up the divine sense C even more. Many people knew that the hundreds of flowers heavenly emperor was the hall master of the ancient star immortal palace, so Huang Jintian quickly came here to find Qin Xiang. Of course, Qin Xiang would receive him. Even if Huang Jintian did not come, he had planned to find an old man like Huang Jintian, who had nothing better to do, to help him look after this devil-suppressing divine palace. "Little brat, I didn't expect you to get this position. It's so cool." Huang Jintian and Qin Xiang made a table on the platform and ate and drank. While looking at the bustling streets, outside they chatted and farted. "Master, if you like it here, you can stay here for a long time." Qin Xiang laughed. "No problem. I also want to stay in peace and quiet for the time being. I'll stay here." Huang Jintian understood Qin Xiang's intention. He wanted him to be a helper here. "Teacher, can you calculate how long it will take for Di Tian to recover to his original state?" Chan Xiang asked. He was extremely concerned about this matter. If Di Tian appeared again, then that place would be the biggest battlefield, and everyone would want to fight for a piece of his territory there. It's strange. I calculated it a few times, but the result was always the same. Speaking of that, Huang Jintian's expression became serious, and he placed the wine cup down. How so? Chen Xiang asked anxiously. Every time I calculate it, 3 times a year will appear. The first is in 100 years, the second is 1,000 years, and the third is 10,000 years. Huang Jintian raised his wine cup and took a deep breath. After pondering for a while, he said, I suspect that once Di Tian reappears, he will appear at most 100 years later, or even 10,000 years at the latest. Qin Xiang was a little confused. Why is it like this? Could it be that it can reappear after 100 years? If that's the case, I will soon have another 1,000 and 10,000 years. Huang Jintian said, it might appear or not appear in 100 or 1,000 years, and there might be some factors that influence it. So there might be some unpredictable variables, but at the latest it would be 10,000 years, and at that time it would definitely appear. In that case, the appearance of Di Tian can be interfered with by humans? What kind of power is this? Qin Xiang frowned. Master, can you figure out who did it, or where something big will happen when the time comes? Huang Jintian shook his head. My heaven extended method can only be considered a big matter, or nirvana doom, etc. It is precise to the point of people and things, then that won't work, but I can try to see if I can calculate what might happen during that time period. Qin Xiang nodded, then asked, Master, do you know how strong the devil-suppressing divine palace is, and what cultivation level they usually need to be able to defeat? As for divine palace protectors, at the very least, you need to complete the first transition of a mortal becoming realm, and the Lord Hallmaster can complete the 4th transition in this way. Huang Jintian said, Devil-suppressing divine palace's first Hallmaster is not too strong, but if we go deal with the demons, he can be 2 or 3 levels stronger. Qin Xiang calculated in his heart. He felt that he should be able to try out the middle stage Immortal King stage, because he had cultivated a large amount of Holy Spirit Qi. Adding that he had made a breakthrough in the divine way, he should be able to fight shoulder to shoulder with Immortal Becoming Realm S. Huang Jintian had been arranged to sit on the lower level of the tower by Qin Xiang. He had absolute authority here, and only the Hall Master could call him over. Seems like if I want to obtain the live slain method, I have to defeat those 2 divine palace protectors S. This is not easy. Qin Xiang took out a golden fruit. This was a diamond fruit, and it was currently only at the high grade of heaven level. The diamond fruit had 2 stages. One was the high grade of the heaven level, and the other was the first stage of immortal grade. He planned to use the creation divine liquid to obtain the immortal grade diamond fruit, and then refine the immortal grade Vajra pellet. The Vajra pills were mainly used to strengthen the body, but they were also very helpful in strengthening the saint force. Qin Xiang could concoct immortal pills now, but he was only an immortal rank sacred animal Dan. The difficulty was not very high, but he had yet to try out other immortal pills. Most of the first-tier immortal grade pills could be refined using one type of main ingredient, and even if there was no need for supplementary ingredients, the difficulty of refining them would not decrease at all. If he were to use foreseeing alchemy, Chen Xiang would probably need a very long time to even try it. Chen Xiang had enough Holy Spirit Qi. When using the God purification to wipe the face, he could use the rainbow holy fire for a long time, which would save him a lot of time. Qin Xiang had enough Holy Spirit Qi. When using the depurification to wipe the face, he could use the rainbow holy fire for a long time, which would save him a lot of time. He immediately started refining the diamond fruit after he used it as an elixir. He placed the diamond fruit on his palm and released the rainbow sacred flame. The color of the diamond fruit quickly changed, and the 7 colors of the diamond fruit flickered. C-R-A-P. I didn't control the flame well. Chen Xiang hurriedly withdrew the terrifying rainbow sacred flame, but the diamond fruit had already turned into ashes. It's a waste. It seems that I can only use a single sacred flame. I still haven't completely mastered the rainbow sacred flame. Chun Xiang sighed when he used the rainbow sacred flame to attack. It was no problem, but he could not use it for the refinement of the pill. However, the difficulty of the pill refinement was rather high, and the medicinal ingredients used to improve the pill were very few. Very few people would sell this medicinal ingredient, and they would need to purchase it or use precious items to obtain it. Therefore, after the immortal diamond fruit was crippled, it caused him quite a bit of heartache. He did not have many creation divine liquid. He had ACCU, Mulat Dalad in the past, but they were all used to duplicate sacred animal fruit S to refine into sacred animal Dan S. So Long Shui's strength was now much stronger than his. There are 2 more. We can't waste them. Chun Xiang took out another immortal rank diamond fruit and placed it on his palm. He carefully released the sacred flame to refine it. The golden sacred flame emitted a large amount of heat and was a lot stronger than the previous heavenly flames. When he refined the sacred animal fruit, he would use the sacred fire to refine it. The sacred fire itself contained a lot of special energy, and this energy was a great nourishment for the pill, capable of increasing its quality. The depurification took a lot of effort, especially when it was refining high-grade pellets. Right now, Chun Xiang's forehead was perspiring slightly. The immortal gray diamond fruit had already been incinerated for quite a few hours, but there were no traces of it being shaken at all. 5-colored holy fire. The flame in Chun Xiang's palm suddenly turned into beautiful, flickering multicolored flames. At this time, the more he needed to control the rainbow sacred flame with his mind, in order to prevent the fire from becoming too big and burn the immortal diamond fruit. Immortal gray diamond fruit. Not only were its abilities strong, the medicine spirits inside were also stubborn. When Chun Xiang used his divine power to attack, it could only slightly shake them. It wasn't until the middle of the night did a crack appear on the immortal gray diamond fruit. The multicolored sacred fire immediately drilled into the crack, and at this moment, the defense of the immortal gray diamond fruit was already broken through. Thus, after the crack, the diamond fruit was quickly burnt into a pile of golden powder and a thick golden mist. Chun Xiang took out the Yanlong furnace, placed all of these in, and then began to condense a core. Even though the process of condensing a core was very difficult in the depurification, the most difficult part was the beginning. I wonder if I can refine 3 pills. Chun Xiang was currently fusing the diamond fruit S and medicinal powders. The medicine aura and the medicinal powder had fused together, and after going through compression, the energy inside was completely stimulated, causing the quality to be even higher and the energy to increase. Thus, the pill furnace started to shake, but was quickly suppressed by Chun Xiang. What a powerful energy! It should be able to be split into 3 groups. With a thought, Chun Xiang split it into 3 parts. The process of cutting it made him sweat profusely, as he was worried that he would lose control. I've already successfully divided it into 3 groups. It shouldn't be difficult for me to condense 3 pills. Chun Xiang heaved a sigh of relief and began to squeeze the 3B ALLS of mist. During the process, the quality was constantly improving, and the energy that continuously erupted could not be released, as it was continuously being kneaded together. In the end, it was squeezed into a very stable ball of energy by Chun Xiang's powerful D power, condensing into a pill. If one bit into it, the energy would burst out crazily. If one was not strong enough and was unable to quickly digest and suppress the energy, their body would explode. Therefore, it was very dangerous for weak people to eat the high-level pill. 3 pills. Chun Xiang's face was full of smiles as he picked up 2 pills and swallowed them before circulating his cultivation technique to refine them. 2 days later, he finished digesting the 2 celestial-grade diamond pellets. He felt that the effect was very good, as he felt that if he ate for a period of time, he might suddenly reach the intermediate Immortal King stage. If there is a 2nd or 3rd grade of the Immortal Grades elixir, it would be even faster. Chun Xiang stood by the window looking out. He stretched. It's a pity that this diamond fruit can only grow to the first stage of immortal grade. The only thing that can evolve holy level is probably the sacred animal, Dan. I can't eat that kind of thing. There should be a lot of them in the hundreds of flowers immortal country. All of them are at the second or third stage of immortal grade. Su Meiyao laughed. Even if Flower Emperor has it, I'm afraid they won't give it to you. When are you going to get that seed back? Long Shui asked. There's no rush. I'm in a rush to increase my strength. Looks like I really need to make a trip to the hundreds of Flowers Palace. Chun Xiang felt that if he had asked for it, LV Chilian would probably sell him some. Chun Xiang, in his capacity as the hundreds of Flowers' heavenly emperor, came to the entrance of the hundreds of Flowers Palace. He said that he wanted to meet LV Chilian and felt that it was time to have a good talk with him, because the next part was very crucial. The guards didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they saw that the hundreds of Flowers' heavenly emperor wanted to see Flower Emperor. However, they were not friendly with Chun Xiang, so they still went to inform him. The Flower Emperor immediately received Chun Xiang, which made many people puzzled. The people in the hundreds of Flowers Palace felt that they should ruthlessly reject him. In the hall of LV Chilian's house, Chun Xiang was eating a type of crispy beans. Looking around, LV Chilian sat right in front of him. Chun Xiang, I never thought that you would be the first one to be unable to sit still. LV Chilian gracefully took a sip of tea and laughed softly. There was a trace of contempt in her smile, because she felt that she would not be mistaken this time. Chun Xiang changed back to his original appearance and laughed. You're also not very powerful because you've already misjudged me previously. How are you so sure that I'm Chun Xiang? Originally, I no longer thought that you were Chun Xiang, but after little Lizzie came back and hid some things from me, based on my understanding of her after I thought about it, I guess that she must have recognized your ident. 1. Tai when she was in Evil Killing Forest. LV Chilian said. Chun Xiang did not speak. As expected, little Lizzie kept his promise and did not speak of what happened inside. I'm guessing that you saved little Lizzie in the Evil Killing Forest, then used a holy devil-suppressing seal or green dragon demon-slain broadsword to kill a large number of evil beasts, which was how you obtained so many star core. LV Chilian said again. Chun Xiang took a deep breath, then laughed. You're really not stupid. You finally dare to admit your wisdom in front of me, and are worthy of praise. So I was right. LV Chilian was very satisfied with her speculations, which made her even more confident. She only smiled. I still want to know the details with little Lizzie's strength. She actually wants you to save her. Chun Xiang said. Little Lizzie was ambushed by Divine Devil Cult and the 2 people from Fire Divine Palace. One of them used a holy level treasure net to cover her. LV Chilian nodded his head. I know about that net. If that's the case, little Lizzie is indeed in danger. Chun Xiang continued to speak. At that time I was hiding at the side, and I used my ability to retrieve items from the air, and took away the thing controlling the treasure web, and then hid little Lizzie beside me. Finally, I helped little Lizzie heal her wounds, and after she recovered, I killed those few people. I treat little Lizzie as my little sister. I will thank you if you save her. So I feel that there might be some conflicts between us. Why don't we talk about it now? LV Chilian was truly grateful towards Chun Xiang in her heart. If Chun Xiang had not intervened at that time, she knew what the consequences would be. With her logic, she could immediately imagine that the reason why Divine Devil Cult and Fire Divine Palace had joined hands to capture little Lizzie was to deal with her and force her to hand over the seed. Chun Xiang carefully observed LV Chilian's expression and discovered that there was a firm look in his eyes, which gave him a bad premonition. Although it looked like LV Chilian wanted to talk about the alive slain method calmly, he knew that with this woman's personality, it would not be easy for her to compromise. Furthermore, she had been tricked by Chun Xiang, so he did not hate her. Chun Xiang carefully observed LV Chilian's expression and discovered that there was a firm look in his eyes, which gave him a bad premonition. Although it looked like LV Chilean wanted to talk about the alive slain method calmly, he knew that with this woman's personality, it would not be easy for her to compromise. Furthermore, she had been tricked by Chun Xiang, so he did not hate her. Then we need to talk about something first, asked carefully. At the moment, LV Chilean was so calm, which made him a little uneasy. First, tell me why you have come to find me. You should have other important matters to attend to, right? LV Chilean had an enchanting smile on his face. That kind of smile was filled with confidence, making her even more beautiful and charming. I want to buy some immortal grade medicinal herbs. The first and second grade are mainly used to increase the innate qi or strengthen the body, as well as the divine soul. Chun Xiang went straight to the point and told LV Chilean the reason for his visit. LV Chilean sipped the tea lightly, a smile in his eyes, causing Chun Xiang's heart to palpitate with fear. You want to challenge the divine palace protectors, but you don't have enough strength. That's why you need a large amount of high-level herbs to concoct pills. LV Chilean put down his teacup and gently smiled, as if he had seen through everything about Chun Xiang. I didn't expect you to know how to refine immortal pills. You're much stronger than what I imagined. Chun Xiang was most afraid that LV Chilean would easily know what she was thinking, and she could even predict what you would do next. That's right. Chun Xiang spread out his hands. You should have these ingredients. I do, but I won't sell it to you. LV Chilean laughed. Don't even think about making a deal with me. I won't give you any chances. You should know that I don't lack spiritual crystal, and I don't lack anything else. As she spoke, she tossed a small jade box to Chun Xiang and continued to speak. This is the seed, and I'll return it to you. Chun Xiang took the jade box and secretly took a deep breath in his heart. He knew that LV Chilean was going to counterattack. That is to say, you do not plan to discuss the matters of the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable. Chun Xiang frowned. Didn't you say that we needed to have a good talk? LV Chilean said, We need to have a good talk, but I did not say that I want to talk about that, so it's fine. But if you listen to my arrangements, we can continue to cooperate. I can even provide a large amount of immortal medicine and immortal pills to help you increase your strength and allow you to challenge the divine palace protectors. But I don't think you'd agree, so there's nothing to talk about. Chun Xiang nodded his head. You understand me quite well now. I will not agree to it. Since that's the case, then we really have nothing to discuss, so I will take my leave. Chun Xiang had already stood up. That kind of resolute attitude actually exceeded LV Chilean's expectations. She hurriedly said, Don't tell me you don't want to obtain that alive slain method? I can get it on my own. Chun Xiang cupped his hands and was about to leave. I'm stronger than you. If you have a request for me, why aren't you willing to follow my orders? This is good for you. LV Chilean found it hard to understand. In her deduction, Chun Xiang should be very happy to agree to her request. Why can't we discuss this properly? We have to listen to all of your arrangements. And you're not necessarily right. Listening to your arrangements, there's a very high possibility that it will harm me. To put it bluntly, even if I don't trust you and you're too confident, you still won't listen to my opinions. Chun Xiang sighed. My request is not too overboard. It is for the two of us to cooperate and discuss countermeasures. LV Chilean said, Then go. You are truly powerful. I may be wrong, but I like to control everything and have been like this for many years. I do not permit any variables to disrupt my plans, and also do not look for me here in the future. Chun Xiang walked to the door and said, Even if you knew where the alive slain method is hidden, you wouldn't be able to obtain it without me, because it was left especially for me by my father. Others are unable to obtain it. If they were to forcefully take it away, it would only lead to the destruction of that place. Thanks for the reminder. Chun Xiang left the Hundreds of Flowers Palace. He was not surprised that LV Chilean would behave like this. This person was a strong woman, her compet. One, Tive spirit was extremely strong, and she hated men so much that Qin Xiang would definitely not be in a position to discuss important matters with her. As expected of the Flower Emperor, "You have character, little scoundrel. Don't tell me you're just going to let it go like this." Long Shui laughed. Qin Xiang walked on the street, looked at the pill shops, and said, "There was originally no enmity between her and I, and there was only righteousness and righteousness after our failure. She is now angry with me. In her eyes, I'm still a weak person. She disdains cooperating with me and only wants me to listen to her. So, next up, I can only rely on myself." L.V. Chilian thought that she had been tricked by Qin Xiang and felt that she had some sort of understanding of Qin Xiang. She felt that Qin Xiang was just like that, but she still had a very little understanding of Qin Xiang and only knew of his facade. However, she is too arrogant and cannot let go of her dignity. So after this, she will definitely fight with me in the dark. I think that she will think of a way to not let me buy any immortal medicine ingredients. Qin Xiang said, "I think she hopes to use some methods to make me lose my way. In the end, she'll find her for help and then submit to her." Long Shui laughed. "This Flower Emperor wants to conquer you, but she definitely won't do it that easily." Qin Xiang laughed. "The one who will be conquered in the end will definitely be her. Put her on the bed." Long Shui laughed sinisterly. Qin Xiang laughed sinisterly, then stepped into the transmission array and returned to the ancient star Immortal Palace. He was not in a hurry to investigate the divine devil cult, since he was not strong enough yet. "Master, help me investigate where Yan Xilin is, and I need to find her." Qin Xiang knocked on Huang Jintian's door. Huang Jintian did not open the door, and instead shouted from inside, "I heard that the sisters have gone to Divine Thunder Immortal Country. Go and find out with the abilities of the sisters they should be able to make a name for themselves there. Then I will be there for a while. I'll leave this place to you, old man." Yan Xilin had an outstanding management ability and a very wide network of people. Qin Xiang wanted to find her to help him buy some immortal medicine ingredients. Yan Xilin, Du Yanyao, Yunju, and Baixing were all sworn sisters. Qin Xiang had helped them a lot before, but now that he was going to look for them for help, they would definitely not refuse him. The Divine Thunder Immortal Country was established by the Supreme Thunder of the 9 Emperors and 5 Venerables years ago. It had a long history and had experienced many wars. There was a period of time when this Divine Thunder Immortal Country was very powerful, attacking other Immortal Palace Immortal Countries. The Divine Thunder Immortal Country was established by the Supreme Thunder of the 9 Emperors and 5 Venerables years ago. It had a long history and had experienced many wars. There was a period of time when this Divine Thunder Immortal Country was very powerful, attacking other Immortal Palace Immortal Countries. Ever since Divine Thunder Immortal Country was defeated by many powers, she had been much more low profile and did not partake. 1. P. ate in any big events for many years, giving people the feeling that she had changed and changed. After Qin Xiang was teleported to the Divine Thunder Immortal Country, he saw that many of the rankers here used the power of the lightning attribute. He was secretly happy because he had something like the Leihun fruit, which many lightning attribute rankers needed. She was working as a hall master of the Divine Thunder Hall, which was under the control of the Divine Thunder Immortal Country. The Divine Thunder Hall was mainly in the business world, selling all sorts of expensive things. Occasionally, there would be auctions or events. He didn't want L.V. Chilian to know that she was here. Otherwise, with just his brain, L.V. Chilian would definitely guess that he was looking for Yan Xilin for help, and then he would have done something to her. This Divine Lightning Hall is really short. It's not even taller than my devil-suppressing Divine Palace. Qin Xiang counted. Divine Thunder Hall was only on the 35th floor. Look at the materials of this building. They are all many years ago. Although it is old, it is very meaningful. This is a building that has experienced the era of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. Su Meiyao said, "When I was very young, I had been here before with Master." The divine lightning palace was built with huge gray bricks. It was square and grand in appearance. Every floor was very wide, like a public square, and could hold many people inside. The moment Qin Xiang entered this place, he immediately used the heaven tour to search for Yen Xylan at the highest level. Along the way, he encountered many powerful formations, causing him to have no choice but to give up. Old Senior, do I need any conditions to see Xylan Immortal Fairy? Qin Xiang asked an elder who was collecting medicinal herbs. At least 10 people ask her that every day. You're the 8th one today, and I know many people admire her, especially men. The old man laughed. Then do you always say these kinds of nonsense to those people? Qin Xiang scratched his head in embarrassment. Meant. I saw her doing it for business. Almost everyone says that. Take out the thing. Only the most expensive thing in the world will let her personally come out to talk to you. The old man stretched out his hand. Qin Xiang was thinking about what kind of medicinal ingredients he should take out. He was worried that he would scare the old man, but if it was too terrible, he might not be able to see Yen Xylan again. Do you know what this is? Qin Xiang took out a transparent ball, and something that looked like a ball of fire jumped out. It flickered with lightning, and looked like a small ball of lightning that had been bound. This is... Before the old man finished speaking, Qin Xiang hissed for a bit, and then kept the Leihan fruit. The old man was truly frightened, his eyes almost popping out. He did not think that there would actually be an idiot who would sell the Leihan fruit. In his eyes, Qin Xiang was just a super prodigal son. For the sake of seeing the Xylan Immortal Fairy, he was even willing to take out such a thing. Now, we should be able to see the Xylan Immortal Fairy. Qin Xiang laughed. I'll take you to see her. The old man casually called for someone to replace him, then brought Qin Xiang into a small-scale transmission array, teleported to the highest floor, then brought him into a guest hall. I have already used the communication talisman to contact her. She'll be coming to meet you soon. After saying that, the old man left with excitement in his heart. This was because he had a part in the deal. Yen Xylan was not there. Qin Xiang waited for more than an hour before she appeared in the living room. She was dressed very simply with a purple long skirt, and her hair was simply tied up, but it looked more natural and beautiful, more flirtatious, and her allure was natural. Coupled with her gentle and sweet smile, it gave her the power to captivate people. Young master, I've asked you to wait. Purple Orchid will pour tea for you right now. Yen Xylan laughed as she slowly walked over, her eyes revealing traces of guilt. Her current appearance made it difficult for people to criticize her. Yen Xylan was mostly simple, but her actions carried a sense of elegance and ability. While she was busy pouring tea, Qin Xiang suddenly reached out to her waist and pulled her into his embrace. Yen Xylan was instantly angered. Qin Xiang also felt a strong burst of divine power and a trace of holy energy gust. Plussing out from her body. Sister Violet Orchid, it's me. Qin Xiang laughed softly in her ear, using his own voice. D-A-M-N brat. Yen Xylan spat and struggled free from Qin Xiang's big hand. Just now, Qin Xiang had pinched her waist, causing her to blush slightly and become even more enchanting. Although Qin Xiang had made a sudden attack, Yen Xylan did not let the teapot in his hand reveal any of the tea in the least. Have you never seen a woman before? Yen Xylan became a little more casual, rudely pouring him some tea, and then sitting at the side, no longer being polite with him. In any case, they were on the same side, and also a perverted little rogue. It's just that I haven't seen such a likable woman like elder sister Xylan in a long time. Qin Xiang chuckled as he looked at her. He finished his cup of tea and said the teacup over to Yen Xylan. After Yen Xylan helped him fill the pot, she said bitterly, Even so, you can't be so careless. I almost beat you to death just now. I really don't want you to die that early. I missed Sister Viola so much that I couldn't help but want to hug you. Qin Xiang laughed After changing back into her appearance, Yen Xiaolin could not help but look at him twice. In the past, Chen Xiang was indeed just a little kid to her, but now she had a kind of mature aura and had a kind of strange charm. "Why are you looking for me? Is it very important?" Yen Xiaolin asked softly. It's very important. Only by being able to help me." Chen Xiang's expression became serious. "Then don't talk here. Follow me." Yen Xiaolin stood up and brought Chen Xiang to her own room. Chen Xiang's current situation was extremely dangerous, so she naturally had to prevent Chen Xiang's matter from being leaked out. The moment Chen Xiang entered her room, he was lying on her soft and fragrant bed. He remembered that when he taught Yen Xiaolin the cultivation methods in the past, he was on the bed. Brat, stop messing around. Yen Xiaolin walked over and pinched Chen Xiang's thigh, but her jade-like hands were suddenly grabbed by Chen Xiang. With a light pull, Yen Xiaolin let out a cry as she lay on Chen Xiang's body. "Let me go." Yen Xiaolin screamed and struggled out of Chen Xiang's grasp. She laid on the side of Chen Xiang, pouted her lips, and looked at him grudgingly. "Did you feel that you have become stronger, then came to find me, bully me, and do naughty things to me? Did you have this bad idea a long time ago?" After Yen Xiaolin finished speaking, he leaned his head over, kissed Chen Xiang's cheeks, and said in a tender voice, "Quickly tell me what business you have with me. I'm quite busy right now." Chen Xiang took out the leihan fruit and handed it over to Yen Xiaolin. Chen Xiang took out the leihan fruit and handed it over to Yen Xiaolin. Yen Xiaolin had thought that Chen Xiang had only taken out the leihan fruit to meet her, but he never expected that he would really sell it. "You're so poor. You should keep such good things. You lack spiritual crystal. I'll think of a way for you." Yen Xiaolin returned the leihan fruit to him. "All these years, I've ACCU mulat quite a few spiritual crystal. I'll give them to you first." Yen Xiaolin's way of handling it moved him a lot. He shook his head and said, "I will not do so. I am only using immortal-grade medicinal herbs, and I need a lot of them. I know that's not easy to obtain." Chen Xiang had made a few leihan fruit long ago, so he took one out to exchange for some medicinal herbs. However, he would not give it to others so easily, as he did not want these leihan fruit to fall into his hands. Immortal rank medicine were much more precious and would not be easily bought with spiritual crystal less, especially when there was a large amount. Right now, Chen Xiang didn't have the leisure to use the creation divine liquid to copy a large amount of medicinal herbs, so he could only do it faster. Leihan fruit can't be given to those devils to exterminate, so you have to find a good buyer, Sister Zilan. I want to exchange with him for a batch of medicinal ingredients. This shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Chen Xiang asked. The wife of the God Lightning King has always wanted to have a thunder soul, so she is the best choice. Don't worry. The divine thunder immortal country and many other great powers have enmity with each other. They won't provoke you in the future, as long as you don't cause trouble for them. Yen Xiaolin said, and she felt a little ashamed in her heart because she was unable to help Chen Xiang. "I'm really useless. I can't help much." Yen Xiaolin faintly sighed. "You've already helped me a lot." Chen Xiang stroked the hair on her forehead with his finger. "Where are your little sisters? Are they not with you?" Yen Yao is going to cultivate with her grandfather. When Yunju and Bai Xing go out to gain experience, it might take a very long time before we can meet. Each of us has our own path to walk on. There will be no feast that will not disappear. Yen Xiaolin looked at Chen Xiang gently and held Chen Xiang's hand, gently stroking the back of his hand, and said, "You have experienced so much at such a young age. You must have suffered a lot, right?" Chen Xiang laughed. "It's nothing. I'm just like that. Oh, right, the matter of getting me the ingredients must be kept a secret. I cannot let others know. The medicinal ingredients I need are for cultivation. High-quality ones will do." "Yeah, I'll say H-E-L low to them first." Yen Xiaolin took out a piece of communication jade symbol paper. "Sister Zilan, your divine soul is rising very quickly. Qin Xiang felt Yan Xilan's powerful divine power. I'm just a weak girl. If I don't become stronger, I'll be easily bullied. Yan Xilan chuckled. Whoever dares to bully you, I'll beat him up. Qin Xiang waved his powerful fists. Now, other than you, D.A.M. and Brat, who else would dare to bully me? Yan Xilan laughed. Just beat yourself up. Seeing Yan Xilan's mischievous look, Qin Xiang extended his hand out and rubbed her face, making her scream repeatedly. She started to play with Qin Xiang on the bed, and Qin Xiang also took advantage of her, causing Yan Xilan's face to be touched by Qin Xiang's hands. The jade talisman on the bedside suddenly trembled, and Yan Xilan shouted, "Stop messing around. You have to do something serious." Qin Xiang let go of Yan Xilan, who was in his arms. He was overwhelmed by the feeling of his hands and smiled at Yan Xilan, who was disheveled, wanting to see through the exquisite jade body inside. They promised, "I'll go and get the medicinal ingredients for you right now. You won't meet them, and they won't meet you either. That should be enough of a secret, right?" Yan Xilan took out a gorgeous purple dress from the closet. She took off the set of simple clothes she was wearing in front of Qin Xiang. Her body was completely covered by a few layers of purple silk at two hidden places. Her snow-white, long, beautiful legs slim, jade waist small, cute navel, and beautiful collarbone. They were all being revealed to Qin Xiang, which made him feel extremely hot. However, he didn't manage to look for long before Yan Xilan put on that luxurious purple skirt of hers. After that, she quickly tidied her hair, showing that she was going to meet an important person. Yan Xilan stood by the side of the mirror and looked at Qin Xiang's silly look. He chuckled. "Haven't you seen enough? Furthermore, you do not only have that little deity girl, right?" Back then, within the Zilan mountain valley, there was a group of girls who had gathered. Yan Xilan was more or less able to make out some things. "Sister Zilan, you shouldn't have seduced me. I've fallen for you. What should I do?" Qin Xiang rubbed his hands together as he smiled. "So you've never liked me before?" Yan Xilan smiled charmingly. "Do you want me to like you all the time?" Qin Xiang had already arrived behind Yan Xilan and hugged her gently. Yan Xilan slightly struggled free from Qin Xiang and said tenderly, "I want to go see the future Thunder Tao Double Venerables. This couple is very powerful. You better not leave any traces on me. They will find out." Oh, they actually dare call themselves the future Senior Lay. Qin Xiang was a little surprised, but also a little skeptical. This is not an exaggeration. Back then, Divine Thunder Immortal Country was surrounded and annihilated by many forces. The couple has always been thinking about this enmity. This couple has been in charge of this place for a very long time. They definitely have something to say. Yan Xilan said, "I occasionally meet Zheng Rong, which is why I am able to stay here and enjoy life." "Zheng Rong, is that the female Thunder Sovereign over there?" Qin Xiang asked. "What a violent woman. You might have a chance to meet her in the future, but that won't do right now. If they see you now, they will definitely want to rope you in." Yan Xilan said, "Okay, I'll wait here for you." Qin Xiang nodded his head. "I have already provoked a very powerful guy. I don't want to provoke this couple anymore." "Oh, haven't you provoked enough people?" "I didn't think that there would be people who would give you a headache as well." Yan Xilan was shocked, but his face was full of smiles. "It's a woman, the wife of hundreds of Flowers Palace. There's a conflict between us." Qin Xiang's face carried a trace of anger. "Isn't your recognized sister her disciple?" Yan Xilan was a little confused. "There's something wrong with this woman. She's hard to get along with, and she hates men, so she hates me." Qin Xiang spread his hands. "It's you who are unprepared for her, or it's you who are unprepared for her hundreds of Flowers Palace sisters. It's not strange that she would hate you." Yan Xilan chuckled. Qin Xiang said with a serious expression, "She wants me to surrender, wants me to bow my head to her, and wants to control me. But I refuse. This woman is very dangerous, other than her own people. She knows how to scheme against everyone else. And she is also scheming against you ruthlessly. Right now, she wants to control me, so that when Di Tian reappears, she can get my dragon vein. Her ambition is not only for the new 9 emperors, but also for the position of 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. Yan Xilan frowned slightly and said, "So that means she might do anything to you. If she's that ambitious, Di Tian's resources and position in the future will definitely be extremely important to her." Yan Xilan frowned slightly and said, "So that means she might do anything to you. If she's that ambitious, Di Tian's resources and position in the future will definitely be extremely important to her." She somewhat understood what kind of conflict existed between Qinxiang and herself. LV Chilian wanted to rope him in, but the method was not very gentle, so Qinxiang was unhappy. During this period of time, she will definitely monitor the market for immortal medicines. She will even interfere and prevent me from buying them, because I've previously gone to find her and asked her to sell me some. Qinxiang said, "So this must be kept a secret. This divine, lightning, heavenly kingdom definitely has a very close relations. H.I. plus P with the hundreds of Flowers Palace. Yan, Xilan, and Flower Emperor have a lot of interactions, and the 2 of them are both women. If Flower Emperor finds out about this transaction, she will definitely make Thunder Tao Double Venerables no longer bother with you. I'm worried that she might have set her eyes on you. In order to deal with me, she must have collected everything about me." Qinxiang frowned. He did not want to implicate others. "It's fine. At most I'll just change locations. If it's really not possible, I'll go to the Frozen Dragon Asgard. I know that it won't cause the Flower Emperor there to lower their heads." Yan Xilan caressed his face. "I'll be back soon." After Yan Xilan left, Qinxiang laid on his clothes, thinking while waiting for Yan Xilan to return. If LV Chilian doesn't care what methods he uses, then don't blame me. This is my bottom line. Qinxiang started to worry. He really didn't want to become enemies with LV Chilian, but based on LV Chilian's current situation, there was a high possibility that the 2 of them would become enemies in the future. A mere Flower Emperor is nothing. With my Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord here, I will help you subdue her and make her your slave. Every day, I will make her wait on you naked." Long Shui laughed sinisterly. "The idea is not bad, but it's not very realistic." Qinxiang laughed. More than 2 hours had said, and when Yan Xilan returned, he immediately jumped out of bed in excitement. However, when he saw that Yan Xilan's face was extremely ugly, he knew that the trade was not going smoothly. Qinxiang's face darkened. "What's wrong?" Yan Xilan bit her lips lightly as she said with a wronged expression on her face, "I can't stay here anymore. I didn't think that the relations H.I. plus P between Flower Emperor and Zheng Rong would be so close. That Leihan fruit was taken by Zheng Rong, and she didn't give me any medicinal ingredients." Yan Xilan was already crying. Seeing her haggard face, he anxiously walked over. Her voice became cold. "You resisted. That's yours, and it's so precious. I can't let them steal it, but—" Yan Xilan spat out a mouthful of blood. "Don't be sad, isn't it just a fruit? So what if it's lost? As long as you're fine, then don't do anything stupid next time." Qinxiang wiped off the blood at the corner of her mouth and took out a piece of the jade dragon flower's petal, putting it into her mouth. "It was my fault that you suffered." Qinxiang comforted Yan Xilan, but his heart was filled with rage. Flower Emperor had already touched his bottom line, and the future Thunder Tao Double Venerables had even made him extremely angry. Yan Xilan had already fainted. At this time, Long Shui said in a serious tone, "There are experts approaching, and it's even 2 of them. Leave this place first." Qinxiang placed Yan Xilan inside the ring and teleported away. He hid in a corner and looked at the burly couple that entered the divine lightning hall with an angry heart. Not only did they steal my Leihan fruit, they even injured Xilon. "I'm not done with you." LV Chilean, just you wait. Chun Xiang clenched his teeth, looked at Divine Lightning Hall and turned to leave. When LV Chilean and Chun Xiang drew a clear line between the two, he had to inform many of the experts that were working with her. If anyone wanted to purchase a large quant, 1 tie of immortal medicine ingredients, he would have to tell her the details immediately. So when Yen Xilan told the Thunder Tao Double Venerables that he was trading with the Thunder Soul, Zheng Rong immediately sent someone to tell him that LV Chilean was definitely going to trade through Yen Xilan, and she immediately got the Thunder Tao Double Venerables to reject him. She also told them that the owner of the Leihan fruit was Chun Xiang, and told them to be careful with it. However, the Thunder Tao Double Venerables wanted to obtain the Leihan fruit. Because the Leihan fruit were very precious, they decided to rely on their own powerful forces to take it for themselves. Yen Xilan was not willing to, but at that time the Leihan fruit was already in Zheng Rong's hands. She wanted to S and A to C, H it back, but Thunder Tao Double Venerable struck her hand at the same time and threw her a bottle of healing pellet, telling her to go back. You all, how are you going to deal with that? It's about Yen Xilan exchanging the Leihan fruit for a large amount of immortal herbs. LV Chilean's heart was not at ease, so he personally made a trip to Divine Thunder Immortal Country. Nothing. We originally planned to not use medicinal pellets to exchange for Leihan fruit S and use other things. However, Yen Xilan refused to do so and acted presumptuously in front of us, as he wanted to S and H back the Leihan fruit in my hands. Zheng Rong said. Zheng Rong was a very tall, strong lady. Her body was tall and STU. Our dysprosium, if not for her STU, our DY body, she would have been even more beautiful. Then we'll attack together and strike her once. Our attack will be very light and we won't die. She could tell that her relations, HI plus P with Yen Xilan was only a lie, and she only took a fancy to Yen Xilan's ability and allowed Yen Xilan to be of use to her. LV Chilean took a deep breath, and her face changed several times. She knew that the situation had turned serious. I went to find her and wanted to give her some compensation, but she's gone. Hearing these words, for some reason, LV Chilean's heart suddenly jumped, and his face suddenly became deathly pale. Could it be that you guys didn't know that the Leihan fruit was Chun Xiang? I seem to have already told you about it. I know. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't he just a little brat? Although I admire him a lot. But if we need him, it won't be difficult to capture him and make him work for us. Zheng Rong sneered. She saw that LV Chilean's expression was strange and asked, What's wrong? Nothing. Just prepare yourselves. No one knows when the catastrophe will befall you in the future. LV Chilean left immediately, but Zheng Rong did not take those words to heart. Returning to the Hundreds of Flowers Palace, LV Chilean immediately called for little Lizzie. Because of me, a friend of Chun Xiang has been severely injured, and the conflict between Chun Xiang and I might not be resolved. Go to the Ancient Star Immortal Palace and find out what he has to say. Asgard Mistress, I have gotten along with him before. He's a good person, so it might be better for you to go by yourself. Little Lizzie said, I won't go. Take this to him. LV Chilean Pa S, said a jade bottle to little Lizzie. This is a healing pill. Little Lizzie sighed in her heart. Of course, she knew LV Chilean's personality. She could only make a trip to the Ancient Star Immortal Palace. However, she didn't see Chun Xiang. Hence, she handed the bottle of pills over to him. Yen Xilan slept soundly in the ring, but his injuries were much better now. He proceeded towards the main hall of the Hundreds of Flowers Immortal Country and arrived at the 100 Flowers mountain range. Yen Xilan slept soundly in the ring, but his injuries were much better now. He proceeded towards the main hall of the Hundreds of Flowers Immortal Country and arrived at the 100 Flowers mountain range. He came to look for Grandma LV. The moment he landed on the mountain peak, Grandma LV came out on crutches. Kid, Did you fall out with my little girl? Grandma LV said with a smile. She had already guessed that such a thing would happen. She came to see you. Chun Xiang asked. Otherwise, how would the Grandma LV know? I've come once, but that was many days ago. It seems like she's still the same as before and didn't listen to my advice. This girl has always been very obedient, and it's time to teach her a lesson. The deeper the better. Grandma LV sighed. Why did you and her fall out? Have you made a dead end? Grandma LV asked. Chun Xiang was startled. He suddenly realized that it was a fight between the two of them, and then they came to complain to the elders, and the elders patiently guided them. She went too far. Because of her, a good friend of mine was severely injured. Chun Xiang told the Grandma LV about LV Chilean stopping him from buying a large amount of medicinal ingredients, which resulted in Yen Xylan being heavily injured by the Thunder Tao Double Venerables and his Lei Hun fruit being S. And he head away. Grandma LV frowned. She had some understanding of Chun Xiang's personality. When Bai Ziqian came to find her, he told her a lot of things about Chun Xiang. What are you going to do? Grandma LV asked. They heavily injured my friends, and they will also have to pay a heavy price. As for LV Chilean, I won't let her off easy either. Although I'm still weak right now, I will remember this in my heart. Sooner or later, I will teach her a lesson. Chun Xiang calmly said, Grandma LV, you won't help her deal with me in the future, right? Of course not. I am her mother. But now that she has grown up and doesn't listen to me, she has to take responsibility for everything. I just hope that she won't go overboard and get a lesson from me. The Grandma LV said, I will measure it. Right. Has anyone come looking for you? Chun Xiang asked. The little child has come. He's a good seedling. I told her to go out and work, so she isn't here right now. The Grandma LV smiled amiably. He is much more obedient than my woman, although he is also a restless man. Bai Ziqian was restless in the first place. If not, he would not have used the super old poison to kill people. Then I'll be going. I'll come back when I have time. Just as Chun Xiang was about to leave, the Grandma LV called out to him and asked, How do you plan to teach that girl in my house a lesson? LV Chilean was her daughter after all, so it would be impossible for her not to worry. Although Chun Xiang's current strength wasn't too strong, Grandma LV wasn't as arrogant as him. She knew Chun Xiang's potential and knew that he must have hidden many powerful techniques. Just as Chun Xiang was about to turn his head to answer, Long Xue had already answered for him. It's her. Hearing this answer, Grandma LV was stunned. Chun Xiang secretly scolded Long Xue for a few words, then laughed and said, It's a joke. You little rascal. Not as kind as I thought. Grandma LV laughed. This old man and I do not want a son-in-law like you. Furthermore, you already have a woman. I think there are quite a few of them. A woman like your daughter can't find a man in the first place, and I don't want to marry her either. A woman like your daughter can't find a man in the first place, and I don't want to marry her. Chun Xiang laughed. Don't say those words in front of her. If you do, I won't be able to save you. But she also really wants to conquer you and make you her capable subordinate. She is completely loyal and obedient, and I feel that you are the only man she wants to conquer in her entire life. And you, in these 9 days, dare to say it out loud. You guys still resemble her quite a lot if you want her to be her #1 slave. Chun Xiang had also said these words in front of little Lizzie. Right now, he kind of hoped that little Lizzie would S these words to him, and he really wanted to see how LV Chilean would react. After leaving the 100 Flowers Mountain, Chun Xiang had decided to start planning a plan to deal with LV Chilean. However, the most urgent matter at the moment was to raise his strength so that he could defeat 2 Divine Palace Protectors S and obtain their things. After returning to the devil-suppressing Divine Palace S in the Ancient Star Immortal Palace, he let Yen Xylan out and placed her on the same bed as before. At this moment, she was still unconscious. Qinxiang gently caressed Yan Xilan's beautiful face that had recovered its color and sighed. Sister Zilan, I will definitely get it back for you. Walking out of the room, Huang Jintian sat in the hall and threw him a jade bottle. This is what little Lizzie gave you. What happened to actually give out such a precious healing pellet? This pellet can be sold for 20 to 30 million spiritual crystal. How many are there? It's even over 100 million. Chen Xiang opened the jade bottle and smelled the fragrance of the pill. Grade 3 healing pill. Buendan, in the past it was a pellet of 50 or 60 million spiritual crystal and was extremely useful to late Immortal King. Su Meiyao said, looks like Flower Emperor knows about the serious matter as well. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu had both been taken care of by LV Chilian before, so she didn't want Qin Xiang to become enemies with him. However, they understood the current situation, so they couldn't give him any advice and could only let Qin Xiang settle the matter in his own way. Give it back to her. Qin Xiang said, Master, return this to little Lizzie. She's in the devil-suppressing divine palace of the 100 Flowers main palace. Did I hear it wrongly? There has always been a little brat that did not take advantage of the situation. Yet he actually wanted to return this sort of thing. Huang Jintian said in shock, You are acting so rashly. This is the first time I have seen a child like you. Huang Jintian laughed and said, Have you decided selling this is worth a lot of spiritual crystal? I was only bought by her after considering it carefully. Qin Xiang snorted he had backbone. Huang Jintian immediately guessed that Chen Xiang was fighting with someone he knew. If not, the other party would not have sent him such a precious pill. He sat down and crossed his legs. Tell me, maybe I can give you an idea. Qin Xiang told Huang Jintian about Yan Xilan's injuries. It looks like Flower Emperor is going to block your way, but she didn't think that Thunder Tao Double Venerables would steal your Leihan fruit and even injure Yan Xilan. Huang Jintian frowned because they were about to deal with the Thunder Tao Double Venerables. How about this? I will return the pill to them first, and then ask about the affairs of the Thunder Tao Double Venerables. Right now we're not strong enough to fight against them, but we still have to do something. The Leihan fruit can't be taken away for nothing. We have to make them suffer a great loss. The value of a Leihan fruit far exceeded that bottle of healing pellets. And not only was it stolen, the woman at Chen Xiang's side had even been injured. That was what made Chen Xiang the most furious, so Huang Jintian knew that Chen Xiang would definitely take revenge against him. Yan Xilan woke up and walked out of her room, seeing Chen Xiang flipping through some things in the hall. She walked over and saw that they all contained information regarding the Thunder Tao Double Venerables. Yan Xilan woke up and walked out of her room, seeing Chen Xiang flipping through some things in the hall. She walked over and saw that they all contained information regarding the Thunder Tao Double Venerables. Sister Violet Orchid, are you all right? Seeing that her complexion was good, Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief and asked with a smile, It's nothing serious. The jade dragon flower is powerful indeed. Even without refining pills, they have this effect. Yan Xilan shook her head lightly, then picked up the thing on the table and looked at it as well. You really have to deal with Thunder Tao Double Venerables. Qin Xiang said, Unless they return the 10 Leihan fruit S to me and apologize to you, I will not let this matter rest. Where's the Flower Emperor? Yan Xilan was more worried about this. She knew that the Flower Emperor was even more powerful, and it was even a woman. She only told Thunder Tao Double Venerables not to sell you any medicinal herbs. It's okay. I have a conflict with her. It's normal that she doesn't sell to me. I don't have a grudge with her. She's just an opponent. If I want to destroy her, she has to destroy me. At the moment, her methods are quite gentle, but in the future, it's hard to say. I don't want to become mortal enemies with her. Qin Xiang said. At this time, Huang Jintian walked in, and he gave all the information to Qin Xiang. He smiled and said, It's just that Liang W.A.N. Jiang is up and down. This couple has a very arrogant son. They are currently in charge of a relatively large immortal palace in the divine Thunder Immortal Country. Yen Xylan was naturally on Qinxiang's side now, so the friends. H.I. plus P between her and the Thunder Tao Double Venerables had completely disappeared without a trace when she received the palm strike. She knew that in the eyes of that couple, she was nothing more than a tool. But Qinxiang truly cared for her. Qinxiang thought for a moment, then looked at Yen Xylan and asked, "Those powers who normally have big deals with the divine thunder immortal country are?" Hundreds of Flowers Immortal Country usually provides a large amount of high-level medicinal ingredients in exchange for Divine Thunder Immortal Country's spiritual crystalless and a large amount of formation-setting resources. There are a lot of these things in Divine Thunder Immortal Country, and the ones who purchase the most high-level medicinal ingredients from Divine Thunder Immortal Country are usually Fire Divine Palace and Imperial Dragon Clan. Said. She looked at Huang Jintian. Huang Jintian was disguised now. She could not recognize him. But to be able to speak of such an important thing to Qinxiang, he must be someone that Qinxiang could trust. Huang Jintian said, "Didn't Fire Divine Palace have enmity with Divine Thunder Immortal Country? I heard that back then they fought in full swing. Divine Thunder Immortal Country needs some fire attribute spiritual crystal S that Fire Divine Palace can provide. Their lightning and fire combination can get an even stronger energy, but the fire attribute spiritual crystal Fire Divine Palace has the most." Yen Xylan had stayed in Divine Thunder Immortal Country for a period of time, so he understood this very well. "We will impersonate the Imperial Dragon Clan and then order a large batch of high-grade medicinal herbs from the Son of the Thunder Tao Double Venerables." Qinxiang looked at Yen Xylan and asked, "There shouldn't be a problem, right? Can you make the arrangements more suitable? It would be best if the quant 1. Tai reserved was the most and not be seen through, or made a deal with the Son of the Thunder Tao Double Venerables. The most important thing is to not let the Flower Emperor know about it." Huang Jintian and Yen Xylan immediately understood what Qinxiang meant, and secretly praised how ruthless his methods were. Since he could not buy it, he would just H it from her. Furthermore, it would be his enemy who stole it, because the Thunder Tao Double Venerables stole one of his Leihan fruit. Their sons are not weak. Although they are very arrogant, they are not stupid. There are also several experts around them. Yen Xylan said, although this method was not bad, but it was extremely difficult. Huang Jintian laughed. "That's true, as long as he can bring along a large amount of high-leveled herbs. The Son of the Thunder Tao Double Venerables already has a large amount of high-level medicine, and I have to borrow it from him a few times. It should be because the Thunder Tao Double Venerables is going to help him in the future so that their son can become more powerful, so you guys can go as either Imperial Dragon Clan or as Fire Divine Palace's men." Yen Xylan said, "Imperial Dragon Clan and Fire Divine Palace. Every purchase is a large one. He should have a lot in reserve." "Sister Xylan, what plans do you have for the future?" "Go to the Ice Dragon Immortal Palace. You won't be bullied there." Qinxiang said. Yen Xylan laughed. "I will go, but not now. I want to walk around." "Then be careful." Qinxiang hugged her lightly. Yen Xylan kissed his forehead. "D.A.M. and brat, you're the same as well." Qinxiang sent Yen Xylan off. When he returned, he saw Huang Jintian sitting there and said with a smile, "D.A.M. brat. Ha! I never thought that you would have the Xylan Immortal Fairy in your hands. Old madman." Qinxiang cursed in a low voice. "We're going to the Divine Thunder Immortal Country's Golden Thunder Immortal Palace right now. Lei Jinli is the only son of the Thunder Tao Double Venerables. We have to give him a good beating." After Qinxiang and his disguise, when they come to the Golden Thunder Immortal Palace, they could cultivate the dragon power, so it was easy to impersonate Imperial Dragon Clan, not to mention that Qinxiang had even grasped the power of the Holy Dragon. Qinxiang disguised himself as a middle-aged man, dressed very extravagantly. The groups that served him were all of the Imperial Dragon Clan, and normally only the powerful people would be able to tell, Long Shui had taught him to do this. Huang Jintian was a follower, but the power he displayed was much stronger than Qin Xiang. However, was even more surprised by Qin Xiang's ident. 1. Tai, to have such a powerful follower, his ident. 1. Tai must not be simple. Because of this, Qin Xiang was easily able to get an appointment with Lei Jinli at one of the hotels, because the hotel was also Lei Jinli's. Inside a tight private room, Qin Xiang and Huang Jintian sat there, waiting for Lei Jinli. Lei Jinli knew that there was a big client and immediately rushed over. He entered the private box and saw that Qin Xiang was emitting a very, very weak holy dragon aura. He was secretly happy in his heart because the holy dragon in the Imperial Dragon clan was the richest and blessed. I wonder what your name is. Lei Jinli smiled at him. Lei Jinli was a big fellow with a full beard, wearing blue clothes. He was tall and big, giving off a sense of oppression, especially when he did not conceal the berserk thunder power in his body. Long Feiyu. Qin Xiang smiled slightly, then gestured for Lei Jinli to sit down. Brother Lei, you should have already guessed why I invited you here, right? Lei Jinli laughed openly and asked, How many items do you need? I prefer people who are direct. Yuxian Dan, Tianlong Dan, just how many medicinal ingredients do you have for these 2 pills? Qin Xiang asked. Yuxian Dan's medicinal ingredients could grow to the highest quality of 3rd stage immortal grade, and was one of the needs of more people out of the immortal grade pills. I can only sell you 50 sets of Yuxian Dan. As for Tianlong Dan, there is only 1 set. As for the price, I will accept the spiritual crystal S and also accept them as barter. If it's spiritual crystal S, I will offer a very high price, and normally I prefer to barter them. Lei Jinli was straightforward and direct indeed. Qin Xiang asked, Are the items on you? I need them urgently. Lei Jinli frequently interacted with Imperial Dragon Clan's dragons, so he was not the least bit wary of them. Dragons were also always straightforward, and now he thought that this matter was already more than halfway. Lei Jinli frequently interacted with Imperial Dragon Clan's dragons, so he was not the least bit wary of them. Dragons were also always straightforward, and now he thought that this matter was already more than halfway. I brought it with me. Lei Jinli laughed. I wonder what you are planning to trade for it. I wonder if that is enough. Qin Xiang took out a bead. Inside it was a green-colored fire soul. When Lei Jinli saw it, his eyes immediately widened. Then he laughed loudly, Enough, enough. This is my first time doing business with a holy dragon. I never thought that you would be so straightforward. Seeing that the other party had taken out a green fire soul, Lei Jinli immediately took out a storage bag and threw it to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang immediately released his spirit sense to take a look. There were indeed 50 batches of Yuxian Danes and a batch of Tianlong Danes herbs, but he had not given the green fire soul to Lei Jinli. That's right, let's go. Qin Xiang smiled at Huang Jintian. Lei Jinli's heart skipped a beat. He felt that something was wrong, but by the time he realized it, it was already too late. A huge dragon claw suddenly appeared and grabbed towards Lei Jinli. The golden dragon claw and the torrential sword strike caused the entire restaurant to shake because of the violent dragon power and instantly enveloped Lei Jinli's body. The dragon claw released a wave of energy that caused the entire restaurant to collapse, and Lei Jinli was buried in a pile of ruins. His dragon power was extremely terrifying. Even Long Shui started to mutter in shock. The moment Huang Jintian made his move, he was already floating in the air. Huang Jintian then stomped his feet on the ground a few times, causing the entire center of the Golden Thunder Immortal Palace to shake. It was not over yet. Qin Xiang, who was floating in the air, was chanting a spell, and suddenly a thick cloud floated from the sky, with dense immortal qi surging from all directions. Dragon's Fury. Qin Xiang unleashed his heavenly dragon seal. A dragon's roar was like a clap of thunder, shocking everyone's minds. A huge white dragon split open the clouds and fiercely crashed into the ground, striking into the ruins of the Golden Thunder Immortal Palace. And after that, another shocking dragon roar spread out in all directions, bringing with it the after-effects of the dragon's fury and punishment, wreaking havoc in the surroundings of the Golden Thunder Immortal Palace, causing a large portion of the houses to become dilapidated. In the center region, there were quite a few experts. When they saw this battle, they all thought that it was the Emperor Dragon who was making a move, because only the Emperor Dragon knew how to use such frightening power and that technique. Chun Xiang and Huang Jintian hurriedly left this place and used the transmission array to teleport to another immortal palace. After that, they disguised themselves and returned to the ancient star Immortal Palace. Not long after, the Thunder Tao Double Venerables arrived with a group of elders. Because the ones who were attacked were their sons, they were severely injured. After the Imperial Dragon Clan found out about this, they immediately rushed over to clarify the matter. Although they were not afraid of the Divine Thunder Immortal Country, they were also not willing to take the blame. That beat A.S.T.A.R.D. Qin Xiang, he actually dared to attack us and even beat up my son. In the past, it was always them who provoked others, attacked others, or invaded others. However, this was the first time they found someone else to cause trouble, and their target was their son. Very quickly, there were many people in the 9 heavens that knew that it was Qin Xiang who did it, but very quickly, there were other rumors saying that the Divine Thunder Immortal Country stole Qin Xiang's Leihan fruit, and even injured the intermediary Xylan Immortal Fairy, which was why Qin Xiang was taking revenge on him. Leihan fruit. Qin Xiang actually has such a thing. If I were to be robbed, I would definitely get angry. Since he can't beat Thunder Tao Double Venerables, he can only go and get their son. When the Phoenix King heard this, he could not help but laugh. He still wants Imperial Dragon Clan to be the culprit, but he still suffered a loss. He only managed to get 50 portions of Yuxian Dan S and a portion of Tianlong Dan S medicinal herbs. That Leihan fruit's value far surpa. SSES that. Phoenix Princess followed behind him and entered the hundreds of Flowers Palace. When LV Chilian received this news, she was not surprised at all. She had already predicted several ways Qin Xiang would take revenge, one of which was to look for the son of the Thunder Tao Double Venerables. She just did not expect that Qin Xiang could pretend to be the holy dragon of the Imperial Dragon Clan and have Lei Jinli obediently hand over the medicinal ingredients. In order to prevent such a thing from happening, she had ordered that when making large transactions, she must strictly confirm the other party's ident. One tie. Only LV Chilian and little Lizzie knew that Qin Xiang was now the hall master of the ancient star Immortal Palace's devil-suppressing Divine Palace S, but they did not expose him. I just received news that Phoenix King brought that Phoenix Princess to the hundreds of Flowers Palace. Huang Jintian said. Right now, he was in charge of taking care of all the devil-suppressing Divine Palace, so he arranged for a few people to gather some relatively useful latest news. Do you know the reason? Qin Xiang frowned. I have some friends. H.I.+P with Phoenix Princess. I don't wish for her to work for Flower Emperor. Looks like you can do whatever you want. Huang Jintian chuckled. I heard that Phoenix King paid a great price to have her take me as her master. There's no reason the Phoenix King wants his daughter to become a disciple of a human being. Qin Xiang was in disbelief. There is a reason, because Flower Emperor is not an ordinary woman, and she has grasped a mysterious power. Now, she has that seed in her hands. Huang Jintian said, I think that many of the powerhouses would want to give their daughters to her. I have the seed. She gave it back to me. She decided that I can't plant it. Qin Xiang said. Huang Jintian's eyes lit up. He wanted to see the seed, but Qin Xiang suddenly took out the communication jade symbol paper, which was given to him when he joined the devil-suppressing Divine Palace. It was mainly used to receive important information. The devil-suppressing Divine Palace sent someone over. It seems like they have something important to discuss. I'm in a secret room now. I'll be back soon. Chun Xiang left quickly and headed towards the secret room. Inside the secret room was an ordinary-looking, middle-aged man. When he saw Chun Xiang had arrived, he didn't say anything unnecessary and directly said, "Phoenix King went to find Flower Emperor, mainly to work together to open up a path to the outer realm. If you want to go to the heavenly realm, then return to the main hall after 3 months." After he finished speaking, he immediately left. It seemed like he had to go to the other devil-suppressing divine palace to inform them of this important news. Chun Xiang still had a lot of questions he wanted to ask, but that person did not answer him. Chun Xiang immediately rushed to the top floor. When he saw that he was back so quickly, his face was full of shock, and he anxiously asked, "What happened?" Chun Xiang immediately rushed to the top floor. When he saw that he was back so quickly, his face was full of shock, and he anxiously asked, "What happened?" Devil-suppressing divine palace has come over to notify me so that I can prepare myself and prepare to head to the heavenly region. Phoenix King went to find Flower Emperor because of this matter, but this should be a matter between Imperial Feather Race and myself. Why would devil-suppressing divine palace have a part in this? Chun Xiang was very confused about this. Going to the Qinyan realm is an incredible piece of news. I need to go and thoroughly investigate it. It might take some time before I can come back. Huang Jintian was very shocked about this, because not only did one need to be strong to go to the heaven realm, they also needed opportunities. After Huang Jintian left, Chun Xiang instructed a few elders, saying that he had to go into closed-door cultivation for a period of time, so the rest of the matters will be taken care of by them. 3 months is not enough time for me to break through to the intermediate Immortal King stage. Chun Xiang didn't know what it was like in the heaven realm, but with a strong ability, he might be able to obtain even more benefits in the heaven realm. I wonder what heaven domain it is and how they found it. Long Shuai was very curious about this matter. There were thousands and thousands of people in the heaven realm, and each one was different, but there were treasures inside. In such a short period of time, it was difficult for Chun Xiang to raise his cultivation. He had refined the immortal ranked Vajra pellet and the sacred animal dan before, and now that he was refining the Yuxian dan, he had never eaten it before. The ingredients used to refine a Yuxian dan were similar to bamboo shoots. They were called Yuling bamboo shoots S, and looked like a whole piece of white jade. One only needed a bamboo shoot to refine a furnace of pills. And as for the tie that came out, it would usually be 1 bamboo shoot. Because it was a shape, Chun Xiang could not hold it in his hands to burn it, so he placed it inside the Yanlong furnace. But that was the standard of Su Meiao's era. And now, with a large amount of time to speed up the formation, even the longest time required was merely a few months. So Chun Xiang's method of refining pills was the fastest. Chun Xiang had the experience of refining immortal grade Vajra pills before, but now, when he was refining this Yuxian Dan, he was only using the ordinary and gentle sacred flame. However, Yuling bamboo shoots were weaker than that diamond fruit. If Chun Xiang did not control the fire in time, he would destroy a Yuling bamboo shoots. Different from other medicinal herbs, Yuling bamboo shoots would not turn into medicine aura and medicinal powder. Instead, it would melt into a pile of transparent and elastic soft mud. Only that the pile of soft mud was very restless and was continuously squirming, as if it was fighting internally. Chun Xiang carefully observed the pill furnace. He was surprised to see what was so strange about it, although Su Meiao had already told him about it. After it completely melts, it is transparent at first. Only after a certain amount of fire is incinerated will it turn white, and during the process of being squeezed, it will become very pure white. It will also emit white light. Su Meiao said, "Be careful. People who are refined with the foreseeing alchemy very rarely fail. It's just that the time it takes is very long." Chun Xiang released the 5-element sacred flame, which was used to burn that ball of transparent mud, and very quickly it burned to a pure white color. This speed was beyond Su Meiao's expectations, but he understood after thinking about it, because Chun Xiang was using a very powerful sacred flame. After it turned white, it shrunk a lot. At first, Qin Xiang thought that he could condense quite a few pills, but he couldn't reach his previous goal. Therefore, condensing one pellet is already not bad. Su Meiyao said. Qin Xiang had already started to feel that the white object was hard to suppress and could not be stabilized. If it were to continue, once it changed into a different color, this medicine would become useless. In order to not waste this Yuling bamboo shoots, Qin Xiang continuously released his powerful divine power, compressing the ball of white soft mud, and quickly stabilized. This made him feel relieved, and he then divided it into 3 groups. 3 pills. It looks like there won't be a problem. After Qin Xiang separated them, everything looked very stable. As long as nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to condense the pellet. Congealing pellets was not easy either. Qin Xiang had to spend more than an hour to make it into the size of a normal pellet, and the furnace was still shaking. Why hasn't it emitted a strong white light yet? Qin Xiang was a little perturbed. He had not opened the pill furnace, and the 3 pills had not stabilized yet. This Yuxian Dan is indeed hard to refine. Qin Xiang clenched his teeth. His face was covered in perspiration. Although concocting a batch of pills did not consume him much energy, it was a form of torture to his mind. As time passed, and the pill furnace gradually stabilized, Qin Xiang was no longer as anxious. It took him over an hour to stabilize the 3 pills. After the pill was formed, the 3 Yuxian Danes inside the pill furnace burst out with intense white light. If Qin Xiang had opened the pill furnace at the first moment, he would definitely be able to see a very beautiful, gentle white light spewing out from the darkness. Only after that white light faded did Qin Xiang open the pill furnace and look at the 3 high-quality Yuxian Danes. He let out a long breath and then ate 1 pellet. As the Yuxian Dan melted in his body, he felt a few clear streams flowing in his abdomen, gradually converging into a large river, surging and surging within his body as waves of energy gushed out. Under his control, the energy flowed through his limbs and bones, was plusing his meridians, and at the same time was refined into pure energy which entered his mysterious dantian and flowed into the heaven pills, respectively into the 5 prime ministers. After becoming an immortal king, the 5 beast statues in his dantian became very clear. When he looked inside, he saw the scales inside, but they were still very small. He then swallowed 2 pieces of Yuxian Dan and spent half a night to refine them before continuing to refine them. He was able to refine 2 batches a day, and he had spent more than 20 days to refine almost all of those medicinal ingredients. He only had 1 portion left for later on to duplicate. Right now, he had more than 140 Yuxian Dan. If he sold them, he would definitely be able to make a huge profit. However, he was not lacking any spiritual crystal. In about 2 months, Qin Xiang had refined more than 100 Yuxian Dan and then consumed them to refine. Although the effect of raising his cultivation was obvious, it was still far from reaching the intermediate stage of the Immortal King stage. Huang Jintian had already returned a long time ago, but he did not disturb him. When he came out of closed-door cultivation, he saw Huang Jintian eating barbecue meat in the hall. Huang Jintian left earlier to investigate about that heaven realm. Qin Xiang was extremely impressed by his ability to gather information, and seeing Huang Jintian's current appearance, he could tell that he had gained a lot. Huang Jintian picked up a piece of roast meat and placed it in front of Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang received it with his hands and stuffed the whole piece into his mouth, then placed it beside the table. Huang Jintian picked up a piece of roast meat and placed it in front of Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang received it with his hands and stuffed the whole piece into his mouth, then placed it beside the table. "What did you find out?" Qin Xiang asked while chewing on the barbecue meat. "Good news and bad news." Huang Jintian laughed. "Let me tell you the bad news first. that the heavenly realm is opened by the combined forces of several great powers, and those fellows are all at least in the 5th cycle of the immortal becoming realm. Among them are Imperial Dragon Clan, Devil Suppressing Divine Palace, Fire Divine Palace, Thunder Tau Double Venerables, Ice Dragon Race, Xia Family, Heaven Sword City, Divine Sword Palace, Divine Artisan Mountain Villa, Divine Artisan Mountain Villa, Hundreds of Flowers Palace, Hundreds of Flowers Palace. Amongst them, Hundreds of Flowers Palace is the strongest. She was the one who put in the most effort, and although Phoenix King didn't put in much effort, the entrance to the heavenly region was discovered by the Imperial Feather Race himself, and he even gave authority to the Flower Emperor. This way, the Flower Emperor would be willing to take Phoenix Princess as his disciple. Qin Xiang interrupted him and asked, "Is this bad news for me?" Huang Jintian said, "Of course it's bad news. Because the Flower Emperor has the right to speak, she restricted the fellow who calls himself Hundreds of Flowers Heavenly Emperor from entering. Of course, even if you weren't called Hundreds of Flowers Heavenly Emperor, she wouldn't allow you to enter." Qin Xiang sighed. "Then tell me the good news, and let me be happy for a bit." Huang Jintian laughed. "This is good news to me, because I was fortunate enough to get the invitation. This is all thanks to your big senior brother, who has a good relations. HI plus P with Divine Sword Palace." "That's not good news." Qin Xiang snorted. "The Ice Dragon lineage has helped as well. In that case, I can get Big Sis Long to bring me in." Huang Jintian shook his head. "No, because there is a very strict limit on the number of people. When you enter the Heavenly Region's gate, those who bring along storage magic treasure that can pretend to be humans will be detected, and there are only 5 spots in the Ice Dragon clan. It should be settled by now." Qin Xiang's face was gloomy, because he could not go, but he could still see it, because he did not use any strength, so it was normal that he could not go. "I didn't expect that because of the Heaven Realm, there would be many contradictory powers in the 9 heavens. I didn't think that because of the Heaven Realm, there would be many contradictory powers in the 9 heavens." Huang Jintian laughed. "How about I tell everyone about you eating the golden rock meat before? That way the Imperial Feather Race won't let you in." Qin Xiang said sinisterly when he saw Huang Jintian smug in front of him, "If you dare, I will expose all of your background." Huang Jintian said calmly, "All right, master, you should go over there and remember my portion. Help me bring back some good stuff." Qin Xiang said, "I wonder what type of domain the Sky region is." "I heard that it's a heavenly land filled with holy power. Perhaps the stones inside all contain holy power, which is why so many big shots of great powers agreed to open it." Huang Jintian said, This made Qin Xiang want to go in even more. "Isn't it just a small fight between you and Flower Emperor? Go and apologize to her and she will let you in, since she knows your ident. 1. Tai and has not exposed you. She shouldn't view you as her mortal enemy." Huang Jintian laughed. "It's just a temporary apology. Coming back from the Heaven Realm is also a good man." Qin Xiang snorted. "I can do it to anyone, but I can't do it to this woman. If I want to give in, I have to get her to give in and serve me for the rest of my life. Although my days will be good, but who am I to do such a thing? Humph, I don't believe that I won't be able to get in there. Tell me the location of the entrance to the heavenly domain." Huang Jintian had already prepared a map long ago. He smiled and handed it over to Qin Xiang. "Study it carefully. I will go and meet up with that guy Wei Quan. I feel that you won't be able to get in, because the Flower Emperor's sealing technique is very powerful. I have already thought of many methods, and it's hard to solve them." Huang Jintian left in a hurry, causing Qin Xiang to feel extremely unhappy. He opened the map and looked at it carefully. Seeing the mountains on the map, Qin Xiang was immediately attracted by them. He did not continue looking at the positions of the gates to the Heaven Realm, because he felt that the mountains were very familiar. The locations of these mountains are very similar to the formation on the Divine Book. Long Shui said, "That's right. Chen Xiang immediately took out the divine book that recorded the many powerful divine formations and flipped to one of the pages. On the bottom right corner of the page, there was a circle, and inside the circle there were many densely packed spirit, grain, and points. Although this circle only took up a small S, P, A, C on this page, Chen Xiang believed that this was a very powerful array. He quickly drew a circle on the map, and the distance between the circle and the dot was exactly the same. The gate of heavenly realm is at the boundary of the circle. It should be AS, P, A, C loophole that was forcefully opened. There might be a real door here. As long as I open that door, I can enter it in broad daylight. No one can say anything about me. Chen Xiang was excited. The only clues left now was the small circle. He had to study that small circle thoroughly before he could understand the meaning behind it and find the true entrance to the heaven realm. Let's go check it out. Long Shui was excited too. If the heavenly region was filled with things of the sacred energy, it would be of great help to her. Just as Chen Xiang walked downstairs, he saw little Lizzie walking into the entrance of devil-suppressing divine palace. "You're looking for me." Chen Xiang giggled and asked, "Did you understand that you want to marry me?" Hearing Chen Xiang's question, little Lizzie, who was just nodding his head, immediately turned around and was about to leave. "Wait, I was joking." Chen Xiang called out to her, "What's the matter?" Little Lizzie sent a sound transmission to him. "Asgard Mistress has asked me to tell you this. If you want to enter that heaven realm, you only need to change your name of hundreds of flowers, Heavenly Emperor." Really, she was so kind to me. Chen Xiang laughed. "Then hurry up and announce it. It's time to enter the Qingyin realm." Little Lizzie said, "Go back and tell her that I don't want her charity. Isn't it just a heavenly domain? My hundreds of flowers, Heavenly Emperor doesn't care." Chen Xiang waved at her. "You can go now. You idiot." Little Lizzie cursed and quickly left. Chen Xiang sneered in his heart. "Just you wait. See how I walk in openly. You guys all take the side door." The place where the gate to the heavenly region was located was actually in the heaven realm. That place normally seemed to be safe, but it was spa. R.S.E. and had no value. Chen Xiang waited for little Lizzie to leave for a while before changing his appearance. He entered the transmission array and headed towards the place where the entrance to the heaven realm was located. Chen Xiang waited for little Lizzie to leave for a while before changing his appearance. He entered the transmission array and headed towards the place where the entrance to the heaven realm was located. The location of the entrance to the heaven domain didn't belong to any of the immortal palaces. Because the immortal qi there had been extremely thin since ancient times, it wasn't a good place to build an immortal palace. However, that place was quite famous. It was called the Meteor Mountain Range, and after a period of time, there would be meteor shards that fell into that mountain range. There were a lot of lucky people who picked up some precious and strange stones in that mountain range. Many years ago, it was considered a land of treasure and was explored by many great powers. But in the end, nothing was found. I never thought that this place would also have an entrance to the realm of flame heaven. Could it be that there is a weakness in S, P, A, C between here and the realm of flame heaven? Bai Yu said, "Right now, we can be sure that there is a mysterious formation at that place. As long as we can break it open and open the formation, we will be able to get the answer." Chen Xiang teleported to the immortal palace that was closest to the Meteor Mountain Range, and then walked towards it. On the road, he met many people, and they were all going to that place to watch the show, and the news had already spread. Although everyone knew that they could not go in, they still wanted to go take a look. Chen Xiang sprinted all the way while analyzing the formations on the divine book, memorizing the spirit grain S. At the same time, he also wanted to find the base of the formation from within. This was the key to opening the formation. This place can attract meteors to descend, and the falling star fragments will carry a large amount of star power. If they fall into this place, they will definitely be absorbed by the earth. Perhaps they will be condensed in the array foundation. Su Meiyao said, Xiang also had the same thought. It's very possible that this great formation is very big, covering the entire mountain range, and the small circle on the divine book is only the main part. The heavenly realm's big gates were all open, but there was a big array covering 100 li of the gates, making it very difficult to enter. Furthermore, there were many immortal kings, and there were even some tents near the gates. The door was a golden screen of light, and beneath the door were 2 array discs. It seemed like the formation discs were used to block the door, preventing the SPAC from closing, allowing them to enter as they pleased, but the formation discs required a large amount of spiritual crystal S in order to maintain it. However, for the various major powers in the 9 heavens, this was not a problem at all. Haven't they gone in yet? Xiang said. He was looking from the top of a mountain, and there were many people looking at the door like him. An old man said, I heard that those powerful warriors have injured a lot of their essence and are currently recovering. Without them leading the way, no one would dare to go in and recover quickly. We can go into that heaven realm together. Without waiting for those people to enter, Xiang ran over to the other dozens of mountains to investigate. After carefully searching, he discovered that these mountains were not here to begin with, but had been moved here by someone. These mountains were only about 500 feet tall. In these 9 days, they could be considered quite short. They were like pillars that were erected here. As expected, there is a very weak fluctuation of spirit grain's power inside. It would be difficult to detect it without sensing it carefully. Xiang spent an entire day searching the peaks of multiple separate mountain peaks. After many detailed investigations, he finally managed to uncover them by accident, and it was usually at night when there were very faint vibrations, so it was usually very difficult to detect. After discovering this, he was certain that there was a great array here that was concealing something. The difficulty now was finding the foundation of this array. There's so many of these spirit grain, so many. Xiang looked at one of the diagrams. He drew the round array inside the divine book on a very big piece of paper and started to look for the relations. HI plus P between the spirit grain and the other spirit grain. He wanted to find the main array patterns, and the meeting point of the main array patterns was the location of the base. Right now, he could only rely on his understanding of spirit, grain, and arrays, trying his best to get rid of those that were not. However, it was still very difficult. He took out the mysterious philosophic stone. The interior of the philosophic stone already contained a large number of natural spirit grain. When he cultivated, he would usually use philosophic stone to assist him. When he first obtained the philosophic stone, it was very difficult to use it, but over the years he seemed to have formed a mysterious connection with it, and the spirit grain he saw more and more in his hands. With the philosophic stone in his hands, he transferred the mysterious power of the philosophic stone into his eyes to look at the diagram. Before long, a lot of patterns appeared within the philosophic stone, turning the array pitch black in his eyes, while the spirit grain on top of it had all kinds of lights. He excitedly took a deep breath because he could directly see what the array patterns meant, of which red and green were the most, purple and white were the next, and light gold was the least. There were 49 of them, and the place of convergence should be at the base of the array. This is the place. Xiang made a mark at the meeting point, then put away the philosophic stone. He did not immediately take action. He had to wait for those people to all enter, or else he would definitely be discovered if he created some disturbance here. Perhaps in the end he might even be stopped. LV Chilean knows that I know about the art of transformation. She should be on guard against me in this area and would not let me sneak in easily. Xiang said, Look next to the door, there's a mirror. Xiang said, There are also many dragon sculptures of spirit grain at the sides of the mirror. What does this mirror have to do with the Imperial Dragon Clan? Next to the golden gate of the sky realm was a large circular mirror that was very eye-catching. This is the demon reflection mirror, specially designed by the Imperial Dragon Clan to break through the effects of the transformation technique. Long Shui said. It should be the Flower Emperor that got them from the Imperial Dragon Clan. Chun Xiang scolded himself. Looks like it's used to guard against me. Although he did not intend to enter the mirror at the moment, he still wanted to destroy it. That thing was a bit of a threat to him, as it could break his transformation technique. It was only until the morning did he finally see a lot of people walking out from the tents. What made Chun Xiang depressed was that all of them were wearing long robes and a bamboo hat, completely covering his face and body, making it impossible to tell who was in there from afar. It was obvious that they were hiding it on purpose and did not want others to know who they were. Therefore, right now, no one knew exactly how many immortal becoming realm rankers were left outside, and no one dared to act rashly. This should be the Flower Emperor's scheme. Long Shui said. Chun Xiang also thought the same. The people that went in were divided into two groups. The first group went in for over 500 people, and the second group went in for over 500 people. Because there was a huge formation covering that area, not even their spiritual sense could penetrate inside, so they couldn't know the strength of those that went in. The people that went in were divided into two groups. The first group went in for over 500 people, and the second group went in for over 500 people. Because there was a huge formation covering that area, not even their spiritual sense could penetrate inside, so they couldn't know the strength of those that went in. What's the point of being so cautious? With just their powers alone, what's there to worry about? With the two great powers of both the evil and good here, who would dare to scheme against them? Chun Xiang snorted. Who else but you? Long Shui laughed. Chun Xiang waited from morning until night, but he did not see anyone enter the Heaven Realm's door again. At this time, the Heaven Realm's door was still open and had not been closed. There must be an expert guarding this place. Otherwise, if someone destroys the door to the Heavenly Realm, they won't be able to come back. It's time for you to take action. Long Shui said. Chun Xiang nodded, following the mark on the map to look for the array base. At this time, it was deep into the night, and a meteor shower actually appeared in the sky. The moment the meteor landed, it was bright and resplendent, and that beauty was enough to make people sigh with emotion. The people who were originally planning to spectate here all became excited when they saw the meteor shower appear. Chun Xiang quickly arrived at the top of the array base. According to his discovery from the array base should be at this place, but he did not discover anything. I found it. It's really deep, at least 10,000 feet deep. Chun Xiang said, Looks like I'll need quite a bit of time to dive into the depths of the lake. Chun Xiang sucked in a light breath of air, released the power of the spatial laws, and punched the ground. Attacking through the air, he created a hole in the ground, then traveled back to the ground and entered that SPAC where he repeated his attack. He wasn't too far away, so he couldn't take one step at a time. This was already considered fast. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to dive thousands of feet deep into the ground without being discovered. There's an underground palace below. It looks quite large. I wonder who built it. Long Shui was surprised. She originally thought that she was an array base that could absorb energy, but she never thought that there would be an underground palace here. After a few hours, Chun Xiang finally reached the underground palace. There was an empty hall, but in the middle of the hall there was a trapezoidal-shaped stage with several tens of steps. Just who built it? Chun Xiang was filled with curiosity. He felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed, because it was related to that divine book, and that divine book was found in the sacred grounds. That sacred land was filled with all kinds of dangers. Stepping onto the stairs leading to the platform, he could immediately sense that the interior of the platform was filled with power. It's very ancient. I wonder how many years it has been built for. It seems to have appeared even before the time of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. Long Shui said in shock. Look at those spirit grain below. They are all ancient, abandoned spirit grain, and some very ancient words. Do you understand those words? Chun Xiang asked in shock. He could understand the ancient characters from the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's era, but he never thought that these words would be even older than this. I understand a little bit, but it says that this is called the Sacred Transformation Platform. Continue walking. I want to see if there are these ancient characters on every step. Long Shui urged. Chun Xiang walked up. Some did not, and those ancient, abandoned spirit grain were useless. This altar can lead to a heavenly domain that nurtures saint force. That world is extremely vast and full of danger. Many powerful individuals went inside and disappeared. I'm one of the few that can return. Long Shui said as he tidied up the messy ancient characters. Did you mention who he was? Qin Xiang asked. No, he said he was a blacksmith. The blacksmith was surprised. Could he be a divine blacksmith? This guy is also very mysterious. To be able to create so many divine weapons, this divine book must be related to him, because the divine book contains the refining plans of the Sazaka Bao. It's very possible that he is, but the spirit grain that he said down to his descendants are completely different from the ones that he has mastered the deepest parts of. It's possible that he modified it to refine it into an emasculated version, and I don't know why this is so, but what he really learned should be in the 4 symbols divine weapons and that divine book. Long Shui said, let's go to that heaven realm first. Chun Xiang came to the top of the stage and stood inside a circular array. In the middle of the transmission array, there was actually a slot, and it looked like it was placed inside a green dragon demon-slain broadsword. If this place was not built by divine craftsmen or was modified by divine craftsmen, I feel that the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord has come to this place before the relations. H-I plus P between divine craftsmen and 10 Heavens Supreme Lord should be very good. Seeing that hole, Chen Xiang knew that it was a keyhole, and green dragon demon-slain broadsword was the only key. Chun Xiang took out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword and inserted it into the hole, but there was no reaction. He pressed the BU-T ton again and realized that the green dragon demon-slain broadsword could turn, and after spinning, the green dragon demon-slain broadsword would come out by itself. The transmission array's runes started to absorb the energy that had been gathered here for many years, and the runes started to emit multicolored light bit by bit. When that group of people entered the Saint Realm, they didn't immediately see a large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures. They only came to a world that emitted a faint golden light. The flowing energy here was filled with Holy Spirit energy. After absorbing it into their bodies, they would be able to refine it into holy energy immediately, causing the experts who were struggling in the immortal becoming realm to be extremely excited. This was because it would allow them to save a lot of time to convert the energy within their bodies. The moment they entered, they saw a golden, trapezoidal-shaped stage. When everyone wanted to enter, they were blocked by a very powerful force, unable to enter it. Even if a few immortal becoming realm rankers joined forces, they were unable to break through the barrier. Everyone flew high up in the sky. Seeing that there was an array pattern on the stage, they immediately understood that this was a transmission array. A lot of people haven't come in yet. It seems like there's a way in from the 9th heaven, but we can't find it. An old man said, "The stones here are all ordinary stones. The interior does not contain holy energy, but from the dense holy energy here, some holy stone with holy energy must be born." The old man from Divine Artisan Mountain Villa said as he crushed a rock and looked around. The Fire Divine Palace suddenly said, "Look at the transmission array. Is there a crack in it that can be used to insert items?" Hearing his words, everyone looked at the center of the transmission array carefully. His disciple immediately frowned. It seems to be inserted into the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. We have seen such a mechanism in the evil divine palace. The transmission array lit up. One of them suddenly shouted. Just as he was about to lose his patience, the transmission array suddenly exploded with a burst of white light. He subconsciously closed his eyes, and the moment he opened his eyes, he saw that he was being watched, and all of the people who were watching him were strong experts that he was familiar with. Just as he was about to lose his patience, the transmission array suddenly exploded with a burst of white light. He subconsciously closed his eyes, and the moment he opened his eyes, he saw that he was being watched, and all of the people who were watching him were strong experts that he was familiar with. What made him greatly shocked was that Fire Emperor was also here. However, when he saw Flower Emperor's face full of shock, he did not know why he suddenly felt refreshed. Although Chen Xiang did not use his appearance, everyone knew that he was Chen Xiang. Because only Green Dragon Demon Slain Broadsword was able to activate the array, instantly countless pairs of eyes were filled with thick, killing intent, causing Chen Xiang to feel as if he was being sliced into pieces by the eyes of these people. Chen Xiang's expression was extremely ugly. Although he was somewhat pleased that he could enter using the transmission array, he was actually surrounded and looked at by an inhumane crowd. Fire Emperor was stunned at first. Then he raised his arm and smashed it down. It was actually a huge flaming palm, the ultimate technique of Fire Divine Palace, the Fire Cloud Palm. Chen Xiang was shocked. He immediately channeled all the energy within his body to defend himself. That thick, profound Wu cover hood was like a huge water ball wrapping around him. Under the huge pressure of the fire palm, everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. They knew that Fire Emperor was still heavily injured, but he was still so strong. The only ones who could resist would probably be the Flower Emperor. However, the moment the Fire Cloud Palm touched the barrier protecting the teleportation station, it instantly collapsed. Seeing this, Chen Xiang heaved a sigh of relief and almost collapsed to the ground. Fire Emperor, you are the only Emperor-level person that has appeared in front of everyone. Look at you right now, hanging out with a bunch of B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S. The more you mess around, the worse it gets. No wonder you were beaten like a dog by the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord when you teamed up with them. Chen Xiang knew that the barrier was extremely powerful, so he taunted the Fire Emperor without restraint. Although Fire Emperor was furious, he looked calm on the surface. He knew that Chen Xiang was purposely provoking him. Oh yeah, why did you come to the sky region? You used irregular means to get here. You better be careful not to get punished. When I came in, there were a lot of ancient words written all over the place. People who enter the sky region through irregular means will all be miserable. Chen Xiang laughed. This was all his nonsense. Long Hui Shan and the mysterious, very high elder had both come. The old ice dragon that had entered the evil divine palace with them last time did not come, and then it was Huang Jintian and his eldest senior brother and youngest junior sister. The Phoenix King S and Phoenix Princess S were obviously here as well. They didn't feel too disgusted with Chen Xiang being able to enter this place, but they were just a little moved by Chen Xiang's abilities. Flower Emperor's face was calm, but her heart was in displeasure. She had thought of ways to prevent Chen Xiang from coming in, but Chen Xiang had still came in, and they had to expend a great deal of effort to open the door, even though they spent a huge amount of spiritual crystal-less. But Chen Xiang's entrance seemed to be effortless. Everyone was very curious how he found the other transmission array. Many people immediately associated it with the Green Dragon Demon Slain Broadsword and thought that it was a secret hidden inside. Chen Xiang sat cross-legged on the transmission array, with the Green Dragon Demon Slain Broadsword at his side. He laughed. Quickly go and search for the treasure. Why are you staring at me? Huang Jintian suddenly regretted it, because he had restricted himself too much to follow this group of people. If he had followed Chen Xiang, it would have been much easier for him to use underhanded methods. We made a deal before. Everyone just go your own way. It's fine as long as you pay attention to the danger. Moreover, you can't fight with us here. Otherwise, it would be a violation of our previous agreement. The Flower Emperor said solemnly, what if someone attacks us? We should be in an alliance. We should be in the same situation. The expert of Heaven's Sword City said as he looked at Chen Xiang. The Fire Emperor said coldly, "According to our previous agreement, as long as we are attacked, our allies have the duty to help us. Otherwise, we will be surrounded and attacked. That is to say, if I attack you all and you attack me but nothing happens, then I will also be ganged up on, right?" Chen Xiang laughed. "If you're afraid, you can hide inside." An old man said coldly, "He came here for the treasure." Although he was an uninvited guest and the enemy of many people, as well as the target of many people's desire, but everyone was watching him closely. They needed to seize every moment to explore this mysterious saint realm. Not long later, they were all gone. But Chen Xiang had not walked out of the enchantment. The divine power and consciousness outside could not penetrate through, so those who wanted to communicate with him could not do so. However, the divine powers of him and Long Shui could penetrate through. This group of idiots really have separated. This place is really very dangerous. Don't tell me they don't know about the group. Or is it that the Imperial Avian race is smart and wants to follow the Flower Emperor? Long Shui said. Thunder Tao Double Venerables is also following them. Making a move on them will be difficult. But forget it. I came here to look for something to increase my strength. Hopefully my trip wasn't in vain. Chen Xiang waited for the rest of the people to walk far away before walking out of the barrier. Then he walked into the barrier. This heaven domain is of the same color. Moreover, the Holy Spirit Qi is very dense everywhere. It should be very difficult to find treasures from it. Chen Xiang walked for a while before swearing, and here I thought it was a treasure. Looking at the pale golden sky, occasionally letting out a silvery white mist, he asked, "What are those white mist clouds?" "I don't know. There are no energy fluctuations. It's just a special kind of mist." Long Shui said. Suddenly, a gale blew past, lifting up a large area of silver-white fog. Then, a frightening beast roar exploded. That roar was shocking and terrifying, as if it was going to tear apart the sky. Judging from this sound, it should be a very powerful fellow. Chen Xiang endured his curiosity and did not walk towards that direction. Although they are powerful where there are these kinds of powerful fellows, there will usually be treasures. Long Shui said, "Many people should be able to S, but I have the transformation technique. If I'm careful, I should be able to hide." Hearing Long Shui's words, Chen Xiang turned his head and rushed towards the direction of the beast's roar. When he was on his way, the beast's roar came again. It sounded even louder, as if it was filled with anger. It must be that they had started fighting with the humans that entered this place. The commotion in front was huge, and the sounds of fighting could be heard. Although the ground was trembling crazily, there were no cracks. The things in the sky domain were very astute ardat, dysprosium. The commotion in front was huge, and the sounds of fighting could be heard. Although the ground was trembling crazily, there were no cracks. The things in the sky domain were very stu. Our dysprosium, logically speaking, there should be a lot of people Russ. Plussing over to take a look. But why isn't there anyone here? Chen Xiang carefully walked forward. They should have an agreement not to steal their prey. It should be like this. I sensed a few auras S by, but did not approach. Long Shui said. In front of him was a basin. Chen Xiang was high up, hiding beside a few rocks, looking at the direction where the sounds of fighting came from. What's going on? Chen Xiang saw a faint golden light screen that seemed to connect the heaven and earth, splitting SPAC into two parts. Beside the screen of light, there was a giant, golden lion-shaped beast. Golden armor covered its body as it spat out golden light, and its enormous tail was like an iron whip as it lashed at the ground. Why are they fighting? That person seems like he wanted to paw S through the light barrier, but he was stopped by the lion. Chen Xiang thought. He carefully observed his surroundings to see if there were any treasures, but he felt that even if there were, it should be in the world inside the light screen. This is someone from the Heaven Sword City, and they aren't the strongest either. I remember there are 5 of them, and there's only one of them left. Could it be that he is trying to stall this savage beast? Long Shui said, inside that light curtain, it should be the true face of this heaven realm. The place we are in should be responsible for nurturing the Holy Spirit's power. Qin Xiang suddenly saw a circular array beneath the lion-shaped beast, which could stand around 10 people. That should be the transmission array. He should have entered it. Long Shui said, "It seems like this person is in charge of luring this giant lion away and has the other 4 to go in first." Qin Xiang suddenly laughed sinisterly. "Let's go help that big lion." Qin Xiang quietly sneaked over. It was too easy for him to not get noticed if he wanted to get close. Although the golden lion was very strong, he had to protect the transmission array and not let anyone near it. However, the old man from the Heaven Sword City tried to lure the golden lion away. The big lion was angry, but it still stood firm. "B-A-S-T-A-R-D, get out of the way!" The old man shouted, controlling a celestial sword and hacking at the golden lion's body. Seeing the golden scales, it let out a dang-dang sound and did not cause any harm to the golden lion. When Qin Xiang got closer, he could see through the huge screen of light that there was a mountain and a lake, like a paradise, and inside there were also a few figures. They should be from the other experts of the Heaven Sword City. But they did not come because the transmission array was being sat on by the giant golden lion. Dragon Bind. Qin Xiang used a sacred art. The sacred and divine powers in his body merged together, forming a powerful dragon power. After using a divine art, a few small dragons suddenly jumped out from the ground below the old man, and like thick ropes, instantly tied him up. The old man was tied up and hung in the air. The golden flame lion took the opportunity to shoot out a huge beam of light that struck the old man's body, causing him to scream miserably. Qin Xiang stopped his cultivation, and the old man fell to the ground, his entire body covered in blood. Qin Xiang now had a certain understanding of the golden lion's power. If this attack landed on his body, he would not be able to withstand it. The people on the other side of the light screen saw that the old man was heavily injured and were immediately enraged. They knew that someone was nearby and had made the old man lose his ability to dodge, which was why they were injured by the golden giant lion. In the heaven realm, only Qin Xiang would do such a thing. They were immediately sure that it was Qin Xiang, and then they were even more sure that it was Qin Xiang, because suddenly Qin Xiang had jumped out and took away all the old man's heavenly pellets and storage magic treasure. Then he slashed a few times at the old man's body and disappeared. Qin Xiang! The old city lord of the Heaven Sword City roared, but his voice could not reach Qin Xiang's side. Qin Xiang kept the heaven pellet, and since the storage magic treasure forbade it, other than the old man, no one else could get their hands on it. Qin Xiang could only throw it away, and right now he was right beside the light screen. The light screen was very long. Even after running for over an hour, he could not see the end of it, as if it was a curtain that fell from the sky to the ground. Qin Xiang used a lot of methods, but none of them were able to pass through, so he could only honestly look for the transmission array's spell formation. "There's someone ahead." Long Shui shouted lightly, "It's Flower Emperor and the rest." Thunder, Tao Double Venerables, Phoenix King, and the others were all with Flower Emperor. The overall strength of this group of people was extremely powerful. In this kind of unknown place, it was the best way to guarantee their safety. After knowing that it was the Flower Emperor's party, Long Shui did not dare to continue investigating because it was very easy for the Flower Emperor to discover him. Qin Xiang could only hide and use the Chaos Divine Eye to observe from afar. They found the formation, Qin Xiang said in shock. But they didn't teleport over. Could they be thinking about something? Qin Xiang was quite far away from the group of people, and he couldn't use his divine soul to look, so he could only rely on his eyesight. However, he could still see that on the other side of the light screen, there was a group of gigantic beasts walking around. They have the most people. There are 10 in Hundreds of Flowers Palace, 15 in Imperial Avian Race, and 15 in Divine Thunder Immortal Country. They can only teleport 10 people at a time. Chunxiang said they are discussing who will be sent to the first batch. Moreover, they do not know the strength of those huge beasts. Has the Golden Rock King arrived yet? Long Shui laughed. It seems like the first batch has arrived. Chunxiang said the first batch chose the strongest. Flower Emperor, Phoenix King, Thunder, Tao Double Venerables, Little Lizzie, and that Golden Rock King, along with a few other strong fellows, should be to go over and test the strength of those huge beasts. The transmission array has opened. In the blink of an eye, Flower Emperor and the other 10 rankers suddenly appeared on the other side of the light screen. The moment they appeared, the 10 of them immediately started attacking the huge beasts. Chunxiang reckoned that there were at least 100 of them, and they were all powerful. If not, they would not have just been flung out. After being flung out, they would still be able to stand up and charge at the beasts, their bodies extremely powerful. With Flower Emperor and the rest leading the way, the rest of them would be teleported one by one. They were sure that all the good things in the realm of flame heaven would be hidden in the light screen. After everyone had gone through, Chunxiang turned into a little mouse and carefully crawled towards the transmission array. The battle on the other side of the light screen was extremely intense, but Chunxiang's side was extremely quiet. After everyone had gone through, Chunxiang turned into a little mouse and carefully crawled towards the transmission array. The battle on the other side of the light screen was extremely intense, but Chunxiang's side was extremely quiet. So many huge beasts. All of them are giant golden lions. Long Shui shouted. They look very strong. Even the Flower Emperor's swords cannot pierce through their bodies. Chunxiang did not teleport over. He only needed to use his mind to teleport over. But right now he was watching a good show. What a powerful golden lion. Although its attack power is not strong, its defense is very strong. It was even able to stand up when it found the Flower Emperor's attack. Chunxiang was extremely shocked. Fortunately, the golden lion didn't chase after him just now. Look, they are all very fast. Although they are big, they are not bulky at all. Long Shui said, there seems to be something related to it within my inherited memories. I'll think about it. After a while, Long Shui said, these guys are called Holy Armored Lion. Our white dragon ancestor once met one, and it was an adult one at that. The underage Holy Armored Lion are all crazy, but as long as they are well tamed, they listen to their master's words, and when they attack, they go crazy. It seems like these Holy Armored Lion have received orders to protect the transmission array. Long Shui said, so these guys are little lions. Chunxiang said, that's right, he hasn't reached adulthood yet. If he had, then he would be a saint beast. Long Shui said in a serious voice, these Holy Armored Lion were already very strong when they were born, and they become even more powerful with this body size. It should be very rare, but here they are only guarding the door, and this heavenly realm is not simple. There must be adult Holy Armored Lion here. Do these guys have any weaknesses? Chunxiang asked. I'm not sure. Just as Long Shui finished speaking, the group of Holy Armored Lion suddenly stopped their attacks and ran in one direction as if they had received an order to retreat. Long Shui said, there are adult wild lions' roars over there. Although I can't hear them, I can see the mountains shaking in the distance. Their roars are very powerful. When it became quiet, Chunxiang immediately turned into a rock, preventing himself from being discovered by LV Chilian. If not for the fact that Thunder Tao Double Venerables was with LV Chilian, Chunxiang would not have been afraid of LV Chilian and the others. He dared to shake around in front of them, but he had injured Thunder Tao Double Venerables' son earlier. This group of idiots, not only did they not teleport back, they even kept walking forward. They are dead. Long Shui sneered. The fully grown, ferocious lion was a holy beast. Although LV Chilian and the others were all very powerful, they were all weak in front of a holy beast, unless they had the power of the 9 emperors. Not long after LV Chilian and his group left, Qin Xiang could no longer see them through the screen of light. At this time, he had activated the transmission array and used a teleportation method to pass through the screen of light. The place they were at before was a light golden color, but after coming over, it became just like the heaven realm. It was clear and beautiful with blue skies and white clouds. Looking ahead, there was a verdant field of life. It was completely different from the lifeless field on the other side of the light screen. There was a huge contrast. This place is filled with Holy Spirit Qi, which is much denser than that place. Beasts that grow up in this environment can't not be powerful. No wonder the divine craftsman said that this is a dangerous world. Long Shui said, "This heavenly realm is a high-level world to begin with. It is possible that some of the creatures here have just been born and are already comparable to the strong in the human world." Qin Xiang nodded. So this kind of world is separated from the human nine-heaven world. But there are still people who have found the way. Looking at the traces of fighting in the surroundings, those intense battles were not enough to shatter the rocks here. Besides being strong, those rocks were useless, but one could see how powerful the world was. Qin Xiang carefully followed LV Chilian and the others. Long Shui believed that they would be attacked by the holy beasts, and he wanted to see what the real holy beasts were like. Although he had seen the white tiger before, he didn't think that the white tiger was one of them. The sacred beast's ancient realm that white tiger and the others were in back then could also be a heaven realm. It was just that there was a sudden change later on. Long Shui said, "It's possible." Qin Xiang maintained a certain distance from LV Chilian and the rest, as they had already entered an ancient forest. Not long after they had entered the forest, the birds and beasts seemed to have been shocked by something, and flew away one after another. "The sacred beast has appeared. Hurry up and hide," Long Shui said. Qin Xiang immediately turned into a bird and flew up to a tree, hiding in a hole in the tree, and inside the hole there were two small rodent-like animals, trembling and cowering inside. In order to not be discovered, Qin Xiang had also become this kind of rat. Leaning on the tree entrance, he looked at the group of people in the distance. The saint beast had appeared, but not in the shape of a mad lion. It was a middle-aged man with 2 whiskers and golden robes, and behind him was a man and a woman. The man was young and handsome and wore a golden robe. "Humans." The middle-aged man looked at LV Chilian and the others. Even though he asked this question, he was not sure because the Phoenix King and the others were all beasts. "No, those 15 are all little birds, and these 2 seem to be phoenixes." The man said. Long Shui said, "Holy armored lion are not the good kind, although it seems that they have not acted yet. I feel that Flower Emperor and the rest are in trouble this time. This is my territory. Not only have you injured our members, you have also entered our territory. Now, you have pulled out your weapons and are full of hostility towards us. I give you 2 choices. The first is to obediently follow us and become our slave. The second is to commit suicide." The middle-aged man squinted his eyes, looking at Flower Emperor, because he knew Flower Emperor was the strongest. Absolutely impossible. A big-sized man immediately shouted. This was one of the Thunder Tao Double Venerables. His name was Lei Jian. The middle-aged man smiled. "Then you guys want us to take action. If you have the guts, come at me." As Lei Jian spoke, he swung his blade forward, but the Flower Emperor did not stop him. "You're courting death," Qin Xiang said in his heart. When Lei Jian swung his blade over, the middle-aged man did not make a move, but the man behind him did. He waved his hand and released a golden beam of light, which struck the blade and created a small hole. Even though that blade wasn't a holy saber, it was still a pretty good top-grade immortal weapon. The other party had pierced through it with just a single strike. From this, it could be seen that the other party was very strong. After the large blade in Lei Jian's hand was pierced, the man had also arrived in front of him. He lightly struck the man, and a golden light shone from the center of his palm. After the large blade in Lei Jian's hand was pierced, the man had also arrived in front of him. He lightly struck the man, and a golden light shone from the center of his palm. The man flashed back to his original position, standing together with the woman in the gold skirt. Lei Jian had also been pushed back by a palm, but there was a basin-sized hole in his chest. In the 9 heavens, Lei Jian was an expert who had a 4 to 5 revolution in the immortal becoming realm, but that man had almost killed him with just a casual palm strike. The most terrifying thing was that man's precise control over his own strength. He had only pierced through Lei Jian's chest, but not his heart. This couple should be the children of that middle-aged man. They are both mature, holy armored lion, so that young couples should be considered young holy beasts. Long Shui said, this heaven realm was much more terrifying than what Qinxiang had imagined. Not long after they had entered, they met 3 holy beasts, although 2 of them were lesser holy beasts. Even the normally very confident LV Chilean was now sweating profusely. How could she not see through the strength of the 3 people in front of her? However, she refused to follow them back to become their slave. Now you know how weak you are. The middle-aged man laughed coldly. Hurry up and make your choice. Since you are able to come here, it means that you have some power. It should be of some use. LV Chilean's face suddenly became gloomy and said to the people behind him, hurry up and run. Leave this place to me. Asgard Master. Little Lizzie shouted, hurry up and leave. LV Chilean's voice was cold and carried a sense of majesty, causing everyone to flee. Seeing that everyone had suddenly run away, the young man and woman suddenly flew out to chase after those people. However, a golden GRA-S appeared beneath their feet. The GRA-S tightly wrapped around their feet, making them unable to move. Humph! LV Chilean's body trembled, and a burst of golden mist surged from her body. Her hair and dress danced wildly like a witch. As for the man and woman who had been entangled by the GRA-S tendrils, just as they were about to break free, they were suddenly pulled down deep into the ground by the GRA-S tendrils, leaving only 2 pits behind. You're pretty good. The middle-aged man's eyes became ice-cold. He waved his hand, and a golden light wave was sent out, engulfing everyone who was trying to escape. LV Chilean said in a cold voice, even though I'm not your match, it's still possible for me to stop you. Her hair was scattered all over her shoulders. With a light brush of her sleeves, a burst of white light suddenly surged out from all around the forest, forming a wall of light, blocking the middle-aged man's released attack. This woman is amazing, Chen Xiang said in surprise. I didn't expect her to be this strong. No wonder she looked down on me. Indeed, I'm afraid that she's much more powerful than that crippled fire emperor. No wonder she was the one to contribute the most when opening the gates to the heavenly realm. Long Shui never thought that LV Chilean was actually able to fight against the 3-headed berserk lion. Although this ferocious lion is a saint beast, it isn't at the level of a white tiger. It isn't weak at all. Could it be that she's already past the 9 revolutions, Saint Realm? Qinxiang was shocked. It's possible, but she also has a lot of pressure when facing this mad lion. Long Shui said, quickly go. If you continue to stay here, you will also die. A battle of this level, it's best to stay far away. Qinxiang ran out of the tree cave and quickly escaped through the trees. At this time, the young man and woman, who had been dragged into the deep forest by LV Chilean, had already escaped from LV Chilean's trap. Qinxiang knew that they were all running in the direction of the transmission array, and returning was the safest option. Now, Qinxiang started to understand why there was such a powerful barrier around the teleportation desk. Try to capture them alive so that they can be of use, the woman in the golden dress shouted. Qinxiang followed behind them. He was curious about the purpose of these holy armored lion capturing people. In a short moment, Intense movements came from within the forest. The battle between Elvi Chilian and the wild lion had already begun. Although Elvi Chilian and her had some conflicts, Qinxiang did not wish for her to be in trouble. This was because she was Mu Qianxiang's master and also the daughter of the Grandma Elvi. The commotion in front was not small as well. The man and woman were extremely fast and had already caught up to the group of people who were trying to escape. They were even fighting fiercely. He's dead. Long Shui used his divine soul to observe. Several of them died at once. It was normal for them to have this kind of fighting strength, and those who were running away also retaliated. Phoenix King changed into his original form and started to fight fiercely with the man. One of them was already heavily injured, and the other one was unlucky. He was injured in just 2 moves. There were no longer any strong experts left in the panicked crowd. The forest gave rise to waves of air currents. Qinxiang was blown away, but he did not know what was happening in front of him. As a squirrel, he could only shake in the aftermath of 2 battles. However, this didn't last long, as the lion cub and tiger cub were both small saint beasts and extremely powerful. Dozens of them were captured. Phoenix King and Phoenix Princess escaped, and the severely injured Thunder Tao Double Venerables were captured. Long Shui said as she watched him with her divine soul, "Hi." Qinxiang sighed and asked, "Where's little Lizzie?" He was also taken away and heavily injured. Long Shui said, "Only little Lizzie is still alive in the Hundreds of Flowers Palace. Everything else is already dead. We don't know why the female berserk lion killed them." Qinxiang sighed helplessly. Little Lizzie was captured by the man, so she didn't die. If she fell into the hands of the female berserk lion, she would be dead for sure. Long Shui said, "I think that it might be because the Hundreds of Flowers Palace's women are fighting back too fiercely. Moreover, they are beautiful. That Mother Mad Lion is jealous." Qinxiang said, "Follow them. I want to save little Lizzie. Although she is a little arrogant, she is still a good person." This is equivalent to breaking into a holy armored lion's nest. Long Shui said, "But we can try. Maybe there is something good in the holy armored lion's nest. With your methods, if you are careful, you should be able to steal some." Qinxiang had already escaped far away from the crippled forest, but the commotion inside was still very loud. Elvi Chilian and the big berserk lion were not done fighting yet. Long Shui used his divine soul to carefully follow the pair of little sacred beasts, and Qinxiang followed behind them slowly. He had already been prepared for a long time on entering the heavenly realm's terror, because even the powerful divine craftsman said it was very scary inside. Qinxiang secretly followed the 2 little holy beasts, and after going through a large part of the forest, they entered a valley. Seeing that many holy armored lioness were there, they bent down to greet the 2 little holy beasts when they saw them. Qinxiang secretly followed the 2 little holy beasts, and after going through a large part of the forest, they entered a valley. Seeing that many holy armored lioness were there, they bent down to greet the 2 little holy beasts when they saw them. And the others who were captured had ropes that looked like it was made from hair on their bodies. It was extremely it was extremely difficult to break free. Furthermore, if they struggled to break free, the ropes would even give off multicolored light, and a few people on the road wanted to struggle free, but were killed after being discovered by the man. Therefore, there were only 9 people left in little Lizzie's group. Their bodies were covered with injuries, and they looked to be very serious. This gorge is their lair. Qinxiang turned into a bird and stood on top of a tree in the canyon, observing carefully. At this time, there were a few holy armored lion in the shape of a human, but they were not completely human. They also had many beast characteristics. Their hair was golden yellow, their bodies were majestic, and they had a tail, arms, and chest were all covered with golden armor. At the very least, they had the strength of a mortal becoming realm. The man and woman who gave little Lizzie and the others to the ferocious lion beast men were brought into a cave. There were many caves in the canyon, some of them extremely large. So this place should already be the resting place of the holy armored lion. Chunxiang saw many holy armored lion drinking water and playing around beside the river in the canyon, and there were also many smaller berserk lions. Just as Chunxiang was about to move to save little Lizzie, a golden light suddenly shot down from the sky. "Father!" The pair of small saint beasts immediately shouted. The great berserk lion holy beast that was fighting with LV Chilian had returned, and it was bringing LV Chilian along with it. LV Chilian's entire body was filled with scars as he was thrown to the ground by the berserk lion. He looked at LV Chilian and laughed in disdain. "Humans are weak." Chunxiang looked at LV Chilian, whose entire body was filled with shocking wounds, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. LV Chilian had lost, and lost so miserably, but it was normal for LV Chilian to be defeated by an emperor. "How many are captured alive?" Wild Lion Emperor asked. 9. Big Sis killed a lot of women. Wild Lion Emperor said unhappily. "Humph. If we don't kill these human girls, they will confuse the men of our Quang Lion tribe and bring us disaster." Wild Lion Princess was a little angry because her brother was scolding her. Wild Lion Emperor said, "All right, lock this woman up. Then heal the injuries of the 9 people." "Father, what do we need these weak humans for?" Wild Lion Princess asked, her heart filled with doubt. Although they are weak, their brains are still pretty good. For example, those mysterious formations and things like that, we spent a lot of time but still found it difficult to understand them, but humans are proficient in these, and keeping them here would be beneficial for us. But before that, we have to see if they understand the path of formations. The Wild Lion Emperor said, "Only by knowing formations better than us will they be useful." When Chunxiang heard it, she did not worry about it anymore. At least for now, she would not kill him. "Then we have to test them now. If they don't pass, then there's no need to treat their wounds. Just kill them or eat them." The Wild Lion Princess looked at LV Chilian, who was on the ground, and said fiercely, "If she wasn't here, she might have killed LV Chilian." Wild Lion Emperor nodded his head. But for things like formations, they need to have sufficient mental energy to go through. Right now, they are all injured. At least wait for them to recover a bit before they can go through with it. You can supervise them when the time comes. LV Chilian was taken away, but was imprisoned in another cave. Seeing LV Chilian, who was taken away, Wild Lion Emperor licked his lips and laughed wickedly. "I wonder how it will be like when human girls play. I really want to give it a try." "Humph!" The Wild Lion Princess snorted and entered a cave. Initially, Chunxiang wanted to immediately go and save her, but he had another thought in mind, because the Wild Lion Emperor had returned. This was a holy beast, and the other holy armored lion here were all powerful, so if he was discovered it would be troublesome. Go and check their treasury. They shouldn't have anything like storage magic treasure. Therefore, the good things they got should also be here. Chunxiang said, "Be careful." "Got it. They are all saint beasts, so their food must be pretty good." Long Shui was indescribably excited. He immediately used the Heaven Tour to search for treasures. Chunxiang moved further away from the ravine and hid inside a cave. Using the Creation Divine liquid, he had ACCU, mulat, and made a large amount of drunk G, OD flower as he refined them into drunk G, OD powder S. His strength was far inferior to those holy beasts, but if he used poison, it might be possible to save his life in the nick of time. "I found a place that leads deep underground. There should be something deep underground. However, it is enveloped by an energy, and I am unable to penetrate that protective barrier." Long Shui said, "Is it something like a spirit formation or something?" asked. It was already late at night. Long Shui had only gotten anything after searching for a long time. "No." Long Shui said, "If we go, it should be very easy to enter. Although these ferocious lions are very strong, the formations and things like that are very weak. If the Wild Lion Emperor wanted to capture humans alive, It was for the sake of someone helping them set up a formation. Not good. They are starting to attack. Long Shui suddenly shouted. Do what? Chan Xiang immediately thought of this the moment he asked this question. I wonder how they healed. Little Lizzie and the others recovered very quickly and began to assess their mastery of formations. A few of them died and were thrown out to feed Kwang H.I. Long Shui said. Hearing that, Qin Xiang immediately let Long Shui look at little Lizzie. He did not want him to die. He set aside the things at hand and rushed to the canyon. He was at the side of the mountain, waiting for Long Shui's orders. Little Lizzie has mastered the array quite well. She has said. Long Shui said, It seems that of the 9 people present, only little Lizzie is able to survive. The few old ferocious lions of the Kwang H.I. clan are quite proficient in the art of formations. Originally, Flower Emperor and the rest were the strongest and seemed to be the safest. However, now that Flower Emperor and little Lizzie were caught and the others fled, even if Chen Xiang did not see the scene with his own eyes, he would not be able to believe it. Where's LV Qinlian? Chen Xiang asked. Little Lizzie has not completely recovered either. What plans do you have now? Not only do you want to save them, you have to empty their treasury as well. Long Shui asked. I still don't know. I need to get more drunk God magical poison. I will need another 2 to 3 days. I still don't know. I need to get more drunk God magical poison. I will need another 2 to 3 days. Although Chan Xiang had a plan, he still had to consider it carefully because the guy in front of him was much stronger than him, much stronger than the half-crippled Fire Emperor. He had to be careful and consider his plans thoroughly. Otherwise, if he took one wrong step, he might really die here. In the past few days, Chen Xiang had been concocting this strange poison and observing the life habits of the holy armored lioness. There were a total of more than 3,000 holy armored lion, which was what Qin Xiang had observed. Amongst them, there were only 15 that could become beastmen. As for little Lizzie and LV Qilian, they worse responsibility. Their situation is much better now. LV Qilian also said the formation array test. Furthermore, she is extremely proficient in formation arrays, causing those old monsters to be shocked and excited. Hence, she received very good treatment. Although her internal and external injuries are heavy, she recovered even faster than little Lizzie. Long Shui said, The fruit they used to heal their injuries was a type of red fruit. It looked like a small tomato. Blood linglong fruit. The lowest quality is immortal, but it can evolve into holy level. The immortal blood linglong fruit is red, while the saint fruit has a golden liquid flowing from it. The red flesh of the fruit emits a faint golden light. Su Meiyao said in shock, We must definitely get hold of something like this. This is a good thing for healing injuries. They only squeezed out some light, golden-colored fruit juice for Flower Emperor to eat, but they did not give the fruit meat. Long Shui said, These guys are so big, but very small. We can't blame them for that. It takes thousands of years for one blood linglong fruit to grow. At least tens of thousands of years for one of the saint rank fruits to grow. Su Meiyao said, Is it delicious? Long Shui kept his saliva and asked, I've never eaten before and haven't even seen one before, but it should be very tasty. Su Meiyao laughed. As long as it had something to do with eating, Long Shui would always be very serious. She had already locked onto the location where the blood exquisite fruit was stored. It was in a cave with some vines growing inside. The blood exquisite fruit was formed from those vines. Some are green, and there were only a dozen red vines growing inside. Little scoundrel, hurry up and move. Long Shui could not wait any longer. There are too many things to do. First we have to save those 2 women. Then we have to take away the blood linglong fruit. And finally we have to plunder that treasury. Qin Xiang said, My drunk D powder is more or less done. I just don't know if that plan will work. Tell me about it. Long Shui said, I might need your help when the time comes. Qin Xiang put away the refined drunk ji, OD powder, and said, First, I need you to create a big commotion and lure the Wild Lion Emperor away. If I cannot do it, the plan will not work because the Wild Lion Emperor is very powerful, and with him here, I am worried. Long Shui thought for a moment, then said, No problem. I will use my transformation skill to create something out of thin air and lure him away, but I will first use my heavenly dragon seal in the distance, and only when powerful enough energy fluctuations appear in the wild lion territory will he pay attention to it. Then let's begin. It'll be evening soon. When the time comes, the berserk lions will all be drinking water. I want to poison them. Qin Xiang snickered. Long Shui began to move, while Qin Xiang waited at the upstream of the river. It seemed as if tens of thousands of dragons were roaring crazily at the same time, although there was no energy fluctuation coming from them. But after hearing that sound, Qin Xiang felt very shaken. 10,000 dragons slaughtering the heavens. Hearing that voice, LV Chilean, who was trapped inside the cave, spoke in a low voice. It's Qin Xiang. He's in here too. Looks like he's in trouble. Little Lizzie sighed. If we bring him along, we might be a little safer. This guy is extremely cautious. LV Chilean did not say anything. She knew that they shouldn't have come in so arrogantly. Otherwise, they would not have landed in such a state. Moreover, it would have been safer for Qin Xiang to travel alone. Once Long Shui was done, he would be back very soon. Wild Lion Emperor hasn't left yet. Wild Lion Emperor was in the canyon. Looking at the sky above, he could see countless glowing dragons soaring, struggling, roaring, and that kind of dragon aura made him, the Wild Lion Emperor, feel a bit of pressure. Following that, countless dragons dove down from the sky and crashed into the ground, causing the earth to shake violently. Waves after waves of energy gales blew over. Father, it seems like quite a few powerful humans have entered. Let's go take a look, the Wild Lion Princess said. I'll go take a look now. These powerful humans will definitely become our slaves. Victory, you follow me, the Wild Lion Emperor said to the Wild Lion Emperor. No, Big Sister will kill those two women if she stays here, Wild Lion Emperor said in a hurry. If you stay here, you will definitely possess those two women, Wild Lion Princess shouted in anger. Stop being so noisy. Kuang Yun, come with me. Wild Lion Emperor's face was one layer. That pair of small divine lions did not dare to say anything, but Wild Lion Emperor was full of smiles. Qin Xiang started to panic. He knew that little Lizzie and LV Chilean might be in trouble. When the Wild Lion Emperor and the Wild Lion Princess left, Qin Xiang immediately put the refined, drunk ji, deep powder into the water. After the Wild Lion Emperor left, many of the holy armored lion came out to drink. Qin Xiang guessed that the water might contain a lot of Holy Spirit qi, which was why they drank it regularly, but not too much. Seeing Wild Lion Emperor walk into the cave, Qin Xiang was burning with anxiety. The effects of the refined, drunk ji, deep powder were pretty good, and very quickly many of them fell, but some only fell after returning to the cave. Qin Xiang anxiously went over to one of the beast-man ferocious lions and used soul-absorbing devil spell on it. The beast-man ferocious lion was extremely poisoned and looked intoxicated, as if it didn't even know that someone was doing anything to it. After obtaining a few memories, Qin Xiang immediately changed into the beast-man berserk lion's appearance and quickly entered the cave that held LV Chilean and little Lizzie. And from inside he could already hear Wild Lion Emperor's unpleasant laughter, as well as little Lizzie's angry and despairing curses. Seeing that there was an orc ferocious lion inside, the Wild Lion Emperor was unhappy. However, he was very respectful to the old orc ferocious lion because he knew how to gather and refine herbs. Elder, I want to talk to them in private. I want to know what the human world is like. You will scare them if you stay here. This Wild Lion Emperor said with a smile, while LV Chilian and little Lizzie's bodies were currently tied up. Chen Xiang suddenly had a plan in his mind and said, "Prince, I know that you want to taste the taste of a human girl, but they seem to be very loyal, so if you force them, they will end their own lives. At that time, your royal father will also blame you." After all, his big sister was too domineering here and had to be in charge of everything. Many of the old wild lions were very unhappy with his big sister, and if he were to take charge of the wild lion tribe in the future, these old wild lions would definitely be very happy. After all, his big sister was too domineering here and had to be in charge of everything. Many of the old wild lions were very unhappy with his big sister, and if he were to take charge of the wild lion tribe in the future, these old wild lions would definitely be very happy. "Elder, do you have any way to make them agree?" Wild Lion Emperor said excitedly. "Yes." Chun Xiang took out 2 bowls. One of them was a bowl of white fruit juice, while the other bowl was red. "You drink white, they drink red." Chun Xiang laughed wickedly. "When they drink red, they will be unable to stop themselves. At that time, they will even beg you and them." "Ha." Chun Xiang said, as if he knew it, "I stepped on this from the wild. I've done experiments on 2 big black pigs before. This method will definitely work." There were a lot of these evil drugs in the human world, so LV Chilian and little Lizzie were very angry at the elder who offered them up, wanting nothing more than to kill him. "Don't you dare kill yourselves." As Chen Xiang spoke, he pinched little Lizzie's mouth and poured the red juice into the bowl. Then he pinched LV Chilian's face and poured the rest of the juice into the big bowl. "Ha! The taste of human women must be very good. Moreover, the beauty of these 2 girls is top-notch. Even Big Sis is so jealous to the point of wanting to kill them." Wild Lion Emperor laughed and drank the bowl of white liquid. However, just as he finished drinking, Wild Lion Emperor was stunned and immediately fell limply to the ground, unable to say a single word. LV Chilian and little Lizzie drank the bowl of fruit juice. Both of them were extremely worried, but seeing that, LV Chilian suddenly thought of something. "Quickly kill him. There is something in his body that is rapidly expelling the poison. Furthermore, that ball of extremely strong power is currently exploding." Long Shui said. Chun Xiang immediately took out his green dragon demon-slain broadsword and sliced off Wild Lion Emperor's head, then cut off a few times on his body, took out the beast core, and placed the corpse inside the divine furnace. Seeing the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, little Lizzie and LV Chilian knew it was Chun Xiang. LV Chilian thought back to the 10,000 dragons slaughtering the heavens, who was deliberately luring the ferocious Lion Emperor away. "I don't have any time to untie it right now, so you guys can temporarily take it with you in this cauldron." Chun Xiang didn't care about all that as he threw LV Chilian and her into the divine cauldron together. He quickly rushed into a cave and harvested all the green and red blood, exquisite fruits. "I have to hurry. My external body will not be able to hold for long. The Wild Lion Emperor is really too fast." Long Shui said, "Got it. Hold on a little longer. It will be done very soon." Chun Xiang rushed into another cave and entered the treasury underneath the ground from this cave. That treasury was a stone room, and when Chun Xiang approached it, he felt a very strange energy. "Be careful if there are any holy armored lion guarding this place," Long Shui said. Chun Xiang rushed into the stone room and saw dozens of silver white stones of different sizes piled up in one corner. The amount of energy was coming from the inside of the rocks, and on the other side, there were over 100 egg-sized beast cores. Chun Xiang took all of them and left the treasury. He ran in the opposite direction from the Wild Lion Emperor without looking back, and not long after he left, the Wild Lion Princess had returned. Because that strand of Long Shui's divine soul was moving extremely fast, and only the Wild Lion Emperor could catch up, she had to return first. Chun Xiang used his fastest speed to run in one direction without leaving a trace. He was very far away from the ravine, but he could still hear the terrifying lion roar. Wild Lion Emperor has returned. It seems that Wild Lion Princess's roar has a lot of meaning. Wild Lion Emperor isn't chasing after me. Long Shui said. Chen Xiang had originally planned to run to the light barrier that isolated the heavenly regions and return to the teleportation station. However, that place was very far away from the canyon, and when the time came, Wild Lion Emperor would also chase in that direction. Chun Xiang took a direction and did not rush towards the inside of the heaven realm. It was just that in the outer circles, after he used soul-absorbing devil spell on the wild lion, he found out a few things. The heaven realm was much more terrifying than he imagined. He thought that the holy beasts were stronger than other holy beasts. But there were more than the holy beasts, and the raging lion tribe's position was not high. They could only own territories outside. Chun Xiang ran frantically for 10 days and 10 nights, still using spatial travel and shrinking step. He was already far away from that canyon, but he was still very worried. The place he had come to was a mountain forest with many large stone mountains. Along the way, he did not encounter any powerful beasts, so he suspected that this was still the territory of the Berserk lion tribe. Only when he met a group of huge white wolves did he feel a lot more relieved. This was because this territory belonged to a group of white wolves of holy light, and this group of wolves had the same strength as the holy armored lion. Chun Xiang found a tall mountain, opened up a very deep cave at a place close to the mountain peak that was concealed. After that, he dove straight into the belly of the mountain, carved out a relatively large stone room in the middle of the mountain, and embedded a few large glowing stones into the mountain, causing the stone room to become extremely bright. So tired, Chun Xiang had been running for more than a month, and he had also taken more than 10 days to open the gate. After all of this, he took out the divine cauldron and released LV Chilian and little Lizzie who were inside. Although they were tied up and couldn't get anything to add on, they were fine. After all, they were all strong warriors, but being with Wild Lion Emperor's corpse made them feel very uncomfortable. They could all see that Chun Xiang was exhausted, but he still used a lot of energy to help them untie him. After he was done, Chun Xiang immediately laid on the ground, gasping for breath. "Eat it." LV Chilian took out a snow-white pellet and placed it near Chun Xiang's mouth. Even though she was originally very arrogant, after experiencing all these, she had already changed a lot. At the very least, she understood that she wasn't invincible under the heavens. Chun Xiang opened his mouth and then placed the pill into his mouth. "No need to thank me. I am only taking you guys for Grandma LV's sake. Otherwise, I wouldn't take such a risk." Chun Xiang said. LV Chilian understood the danger that Chun Xiang had to bear in order to save them. She secretly thought in her heart, if it was Chun Xiang who was caught, she would definitely take this risk, and whether she could save Chun Xiang. Now, she began to understand why little Lizzie felt that Chun Xiang was a good person. "Thank you," LV Chilian said softly. "Rest well." For many days, she and little Lizzie had been tied up by those ropes and were unable to move. The power in their bodies was completely restrained, and now they could eat their own pellets, allowing them to completely recover from their injuries. Chun Xiang slept soundly. Although he had 2 women who hated him the most, he still felt at ease. Chun Xiang slept soundly. Although he had 2 women who hated him the most, he still felt at ease. When he woke up, LV Chilian and little Lizzie's injuries had already completely healed. "This is in return for your grat." One toot. LV Chilian threw a storage bag to Chun Xiang, and inside it there were 300 sets of ingredients needed to refine Yushin Dan. "You're so generous." Chun Xiang accepted LV Chilian's thanks with a smile. "I didn't save you for nothing." Then he looked at little Lizzie and smiled. "What about you?" Little Lizzie gently clenched her teeth. She was not surprised by Chun Xiang's question. Previously in the evil killing forest, she already knew what kind of person Chun Xiang was. "I've just given her a share," LV Chilian immediately said. She did not expect that after Chun Xiang saved her, he would actually ask for a gift of thanks. It's normal for me to get so much after saving a mighty 100 Flowers emperor. Think about it. If I don't save you, what would happen to you guys? Chun Xiang laughed. If it was someone else, he would naturally not take advantage of the opportunity. But this LV Chilean was different. Humph! LV Chilean harumphed and had nothing to say. If Chun Xiang did not save them, they felt that it would be even worse than death. To be violated in their caste, one Tai, was something they could not tolerate even in death. It's just a joke, don't be angry. Chun Xiang giggled. He liked to tease women like Little Lizzie and LV Chilean the most, so seeing their current expressions made his heart feel good. All of you have suffered heavy losses. Do you plan on taking revenge? Chun Xiang asked. If it was Little Lizzie and LV Chilean first, the other girls in Hundreds of Flowers Palace would all die. Of course, I must kill all the berserk lions, especially that lioness. LV Chilean said as he grinded his teeth. About my matters, you must keep it a secret. Do not tell anyone that I was the one who rescued you from the ferocious lion's den. Chun Xiang seriously warned the two girls. LV Chilean looked at Chun Xiang and lightly snorted. You're afraid that the matter regarding the drunk God magical poison will spread, right? I didn't think that you would actually have such a thing in your hands. This is only one of the reasons, no matter what. I am your savior and can't possibly not accomplish this, right? I am more assured with Little Lizzie, because I have saved her once before, and she was able to keep her promise. I was only worried for you. Chun Xiang said, Right now you are my sworn enemy. LV Chilean glared at him and said, If I really want to get rid of you, you simply cannot continue staying in devil-suppressing divine palace. So the relations, HI plus P between you and me is quite good, or else I wouldn't go all out to save you. Chun Xiang looked at Little Lizzie and laughed. Little Lizzie, are you scared by those wild lions? Hurry up and let me hug you. Humph. Little Lizzie rolled her eyes at him. She was already used to Chun Xiang teasing her like this often. Who has a good relations? HI plus P with you? Don't think too much about it. LV Chilean was a little angry, as if she had a deep relations. HI plus P with Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang snorted. The 100 Blossom Emperor's life and control are so cheap. It's only worth 300 sets of Yuxian Dan's medicinal herbs. LV Chilean took a few deep breaths. She had indeed almost forgotten that Chun Xiang was her savior. I won't say anything about you. When I return, I will provide you with sufficient medicinal ingredients to repay you in a good manner. LV Chilean said his attitude became much more gentle. What about the alive slain method? Chun Xiang was more concerned about this matter. She also knew about it, but she had never mentioned it. LV Chilean was quiet for a while, then sighed. I will help you, but in the end, whether or not you can obtain it will depend on your own strength. That's right. If it was earlier, we wouldn't have been in trouble. Leave your father's matters to me. Even if I can't find any clues left behind, I will think of a way to help you find him. Chun Xiang laughed and extended his hand. LV Chilean looked at Chun Xiang's big hand and thought for a while. Then he reached out his hand as well to shake hands with Chun Xiang. But Chun Xiang firmly held onto her hand and did not let go. If you don't let go, I will cut off your arm. LV Chilean was slightly angered and said coldly, Don't push your luck. Chun Xiang released his hand and laughed. I am only checking to see if your injuries have truly recovered. I do not wish for you to drag me down. Why don't you all stay inside the divine furnace, and I'll deal with the corpse inside? Chun Xiang said, I don't want to stay in that place. We promise we won't implicate you. Right now. She also wanted to follow Chun Xiang, at least at the time when she and Little Lizzie were at their most desperate. Chun Xiang had saved them. What plans do you have for the future? If you kill the Wild Lion Emperor, they will frantically search for you. Little Lizzie finally spoke with a somewhat gentle tone. When you're almost done, We'll head back to the violent lion's lair. They have all been poisoned by my drunk magical poison and the quant. 1. Tai is very large, so it will take them some time before they can be exorcised. Moreover, this is their weakest moment, so if you want to take revenge, you have to seize this opportunity as well. Qin Xiang looked at LV Chilian and said, Otherwise, I will have to wait until you have truly become a saint before I can take revenge. Seeing LV Chilian lower his head to think, Qin Xiang continued, This is probably the most disastrous loss your Hundreds of Flowers Palace has ever suffered. If you don't take revenge, I'm afraid that the two of you will definitely be affected in the future. That's right. LV Chilian nodded. You have fought with the Wild Lion Emperor before. You should be clear of his strength. Qin Xiang said again. LV Chilian nodded. Qin Xiang already had a series of plans. She could tell that if she wanted to take revenge, she had to listen to Qin Xiang humbly. However, they have all been poisoned by drunk magical poison. Their strength is very strong, but it will take them a very long time to cure the poison. As for the other little berserk lions, they're even more harmless. And the main reason is that Wild Lion Princess and Wild Lion Emperor did not get poisoned. Qin Xiang looked at little Lizzie and asked, If you were to fight against that Wild Lion Princess, how long would you be able to last? At most 3 moves. She has already completed the 9 revolutions, Saint Beast. She is a Saint Beast. Little Lizzie sighed. If it was me, I could deal with that Wild Lion Princess, LV Chilian said. But killing her isn't easy either. Qin Xiang shook his head. You are mainly dealing with the Wild Lion Emperor. You fought with him for a long time last time. You need to delay him again. Give us more time, and let us kill the Wild Lion Princess. How many drunk magical poison do you have? LV Chilian guessed that Qin Xiang wanted to use this kind of thing. Drunk magical poison aren't the problem. The most important thing is how to poison them. They aren't stupid. Qin Xiang said, then took out a drunk flower. Do you dare to touch this thing? Drunk magical poison aren't the problem. The most important thing is how to poison them. They aren't stupid. Qin Xiang said, then took out a drunk flower. Do you dare to touch this thing? Seeing the drunk flower, LV Chilian's eyes lit up. She understood what Qin Xiang wanted her to do, and accepted it. How much do you need? In 10 days, the more you do, the better. Qin Xiang said, Can you tell me your plan first? When little Lizzie saw that flower, he knew that you must be the legendary drunk flower. I will work with you to finish off the Wild Lion Princess. Your palace master will go and stall the Wild Lion Emperor by herself. If she uses poison well, she might be able to capture the Wild Lion Emperor. Qin Xiang said, And these drunk magical poison are the most important. LV Chilian's mother was the poison elder, so Qin Xiang felt that their chances of winning were very high. Don't steal my flowers. Qin Xiang smiled and said, If you want to marry little Lizzie to me, I'll give you one. Don't even think about it. LV Chilian immediately said, I don't want your poison flowers. Whatever, I'll give you one. Give me a kiss. That should be fine, right? Qin Xiang said he had already moved his face closer, but LV Chilian wanted to slap him. Qin Xiang curled his lips. Then, I'll give you one. Thank you. LV Chilian revealed a cunning smile on his face, then took out a small jade bottle, poured out some crystal clear liquid, and even brought out a very enchanting fragrance, similar to the scent of LV Chilian's body. Qin Xiang only gave LV Chilian one petal, but LV Chilian carefully pulled off a petal. After a drop of the petal came out, the other parts of the petal gradually grew longer and soon formed a whole one. This was very similar to Qin Xiang's creation divine liquid, but much more powerful. It was because his creation divine liquid would need at least dozens of drops to be able to produce one. Continue talking about the plan. Little Lizzie, did you manage to cultivate the devil-suppressing golden body? Qinxiang asked. No, it's very difficult to reach that level. I wonder how you managed to cultivate it? Little Lizzie asked. She had wanted to ask Qinxiang for guidance a long time ago. What about you? Qinxiang looked at LV Chilian. I can't cultivate it either, although my father is the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable. LV Chilian shook his head. Qinxiang said, I found a stone tablet in Di Tian with devil-suppressing kung fu written on it. I memorized the chants on it, and somehow managed to cultivate the devil-suppressing golden body, so I don't know the trick to it. Don't you have the chants for the devil-suppressing kung fu? Of course there are. There are a lot of incantations, and they are very hard to understand. My father did not leave any explanation. So to this day, I still do not understand it. LV Chilian frowned. Looks like your luck isn't bad. You have obtained my father's true inheritance. Yeah, although I've never seen your father before, I feel that he will definitely admire me a lot and might even marry you to me. Qinxiang chuckled. But I already have a wife, so when the time comes I will definitely reject him. Be more serious. LV Chilian suddenly became angry. Qinxiang came over to little Lizzie's side and smiled. Little Lizzie is still the best. I love him a lot more than you. However, I will easily be poisoned. I don't cultivate the devil-suppressing golden body, and if I were to deal with other poisons I would be fine, but this is a super old poison. Suyun said. Little Lizzie asked seriously. Qinxiang really wanted to pinch her round face, but he didn't dare do so. Don't worry, I will concoct some antidote for you. If you are poisoned, you can immediately bite into it and cure it. Qinxiang said. Impossible, although drunk G. Oh, D-magical poisonous are not very scary among super old poison. They're very difficult to cure. Without several years or dozens of years of time, it would be very difficult to force out the poison, and they also need to rely on external strength to force out the poison. LV Chilian said with certainty. She had already made more than 30 drunk G. Oh, D-flower and the mysterious liquid in her bottle was used up. Qinxiang said in a low voice. My blood can cure the 100 poisons. You all better not speak of it randomly, or else it'll kill me. LV Chilian and little Lizzie looked at each other in shock, then nodded. At this time, LV Chilian closed her eyes, as if she was channeling her powers. Her body was shrouded in white mist, and she had a relaxed expression, and looked extremely beautiful, as if she was A.G. Odess. Qinxiang and little Lizzie did not speak any more, quietly watching LV Chilian. Not long later, LV Chilian opened her eyes and slightly opened her cherry lips, only to see droplets of sparkling and translucent white light floating out. When these droplets fell into the small jade bottle, there were more than 10 of them. I really want to kiss your mouth. Qinxiang laughed. LV Chilian only glared at him and did not say much. It seemed that she was already accustomed to Qinxiang's actions. Furthermore, there were only little Lizzies and no outsiders present. Qinxiang also took out a small jade bottle and said, This is mine. I don't know what will happen if I mix it with yours. He took out a jade bowl and dripped a drop into it. It was a pale golden liquid that emitted a faint golden splendor. Isn't it the Dragon Cohesion Kung Fu? I remember that it's green. LV Chilian was a little surprised. You should be cultivating the improved Dragon Cohesion Kung Fu. As she spoke, she dripped a drop of the mysterious liquid that she had created and mixed it with Qinxiang's. Little Lizzie also came over to take a closer look. She had already known that LV Chilian had this kind of ability, and LV Chilian had even taught her before. It was just that she found it very difficult to learn it, since she wouldn't be the one to personally comprehend the alive slain method. Can they be fused together? Qinxiang was very much looking forward to the 2 drops of golden white liquid colliding with each other. But instead of fusing with each other right away, they seemed to conflict with each other. But a moment later, they suddenly started to fuse together. LV Chilean also opened his phoenix eyes wide, looking carefully. The 2 drops of liquid suddenly turned silvery white the moment they fused together, and also flickered with a very strong light. The 3 people inside the stone room immediately sensed a strong life force. That drop of liquid seemed to contain boundless life force, as if it could rebirth a withered forest. "Quick, give it a try," Qin Xiang urged. "What kind of test? If it's just drunk G. Oh, deflower, I'm afraid we won't be able to see its effects," LV Chilean said. She was also very curious. She did not expect such a strange thing to happen. Qin Xiang took out a sacred animal fruit and said, "Let's try it. This is a first-stage immortal grade sacred animal fruit." LV Chilean took the jade bowl and dripped the small drop of the mystical liquid into the sacred animal fruit. The sacred animal fruit was immediately surrounded by the silvery white light, and its quality was gradually improving. After he was done, LV Chilean picked up the sacred animal fruit, his face full of surprise. "The quality has increased by a lot. If you drip another 100 or so drops, you can turn this sacred animal fruit into a second-stage immortal grade."